Okay, well, welcome everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the regular board meeting of the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District for Saturday, June 12th, 2021. It's 8 a.m. and Peter, will you please call the roll? Is Peter muted?
No. He might be frozen though. I don't see him moving at all. Oh, I just saw his head button move. We can see you moving, Peter, and you're unmuted. Can you say something? No.
Is he set?
Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm
There
ready.
you
go. Peter, can you call the roll call, please?
Sure. Rickert?
Here.
Epstein?
Here.
Schroeder?
Here.
Perot?
Here.
Dornbrook here. We're all here.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Eric, do you have any announcements today?
Just like to welcome everyone to the regular board meeting and public hearing. If you have any questions or would like to speak, you must use the raise your hand function, and all votes will be by roll call.
Thank you. Are there any corrections to the agenda or consent calendar? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on to item 5, which is comments from the audience. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any short non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the district. No discussion or action can be taken on matters not listed on the agenda per the Brown Act. So if you'd like to speak, raise your hand and Eric will let me know. Any hands, Eric?
Nope. No, I don't see any.
Okay. We'll move on to item 6, written comments from the public. I don't think there are any written comments other than the number of written comments, which we very much appreciate on the electric rate study, and that's in the electric rate study, as well as in some supplements we received yesterday. So we'll move on to adoption of the consent calendar. So the consent calendar is A, approve the May 8th, 2021 regular minutes and May 2022-21 special minutes. B is approve current consent for claims. C is review receivables and shutoffs report. And D is to approve appointment of Pamela Hyde to the Communications Committee. Do I have a motion for adoption of the consent calendar?
This is Bob. I'd like to move that we approve the consent calendar and also thank Pamela for agreeing to participate in the Communications Committee.
Great. Is there a second to that motion?
I second that.
That's Bertrand.
Mm-hmm.
Roll call, Peter.
Rickert?
Aye.
Epstein?
Aye.
Schroeder? Okay, that's an aye. You raised, that's an aye, okay. And Perot?
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. It's unanimous.
Okay, and Pamela, thank you. And I'll just take this opportunity. I know there are quite a few people on the call, so I'm just going to take this opportunity to thank you for your interest and to let you know there is an opening, at least one opening on our committees, one in the planning committee. So anybody who's interested, please just send a note to Eric and let us know. Okay, we are now moving on to item 9. So this is the public hearing. This is for the proposed changes to electric rates and rate structure and possible adoption of ordinance 21-02 revising electric rates and rate structure. And for this, we're going to have sort of an organization of how we're going to go about this. Let me just go over that quickly. First, Bob and Brandy have put together a presentation to give an overview of the of the study and the proposal. Then after they are done, I would like to open it up for public comment. And as Bob and Brandy are presenting, or if you already know you'd like to speak, I would like to ask you to raise your hand so that when we get to the public comments, I know how many people there will be. We do have a policy of limiting time. We rarely actually use that policy, but depending on the number of people, we may need to. So I'd like to know how many people are likely to want to comment as we proceed to public comment. And then after we close the public comment, I'd like Eric to present the rate study itself by section, and we'll have a board discussion as we go through that. Okay, Bob and Brandy, are you
Eric, I think
ready?
we'll start with the property tax amortization issue and then into the presentation.
Okay, that's fine. Are you doing that or is Bob doing
I
that?
think Bob's going to.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and let me say how great it is to have so much participation. We're used to these meetings being somewhat lonely, and we don't like that. So I'm delighted to see so many members of the community participating. Before we go into the rate study itself, I want to make sure that the board and the public is aware of some issues that we'll discuss when it comes to the budget. When we started the rate study, it was well before we worked on the budgeting. And I just want to draw attention to the fact that we have, due to our obligations for our loan covenants, we have a significant amount of expenses that are non-cash related. And these are both amortization and then tier ratios. The tier is the times interest and earnings ratio that we have to meet. One of them includes that we actually have to have a profit after everything else is done of about 5% of our actual interest expenses. If you put all those together, they varied over the years. There have been some new ones that came in the last couple of years. It's about $540,000. So historically, what we've done, as you can see by that table that Eric is presented here, is we've used property taxes to cover our non-cash expenses. And you can see that that's a huge variation. One of the worst ski seasons in recent memory was 2014, 2015. That's when we used $660,000 of property taxes. In that season, we had a low of kilowatt hours of 5.8 million, almost a million kilowatt hours below what we had planned. On the other hand, on really strong seasons like 2017 and 2018, we only needed 150,000. The complication coming up is that the wastewater study that we approved last year, in order to manage the rates and to provide the money that we need, is going to assume a significant amount of future property taxes, such that there won't be enough to both handle the wastewater study and a bad ski season simultaneously. So when we come to talking about this during the budget, which will happen later this morning, if we can go to the next page, Eric, the board will be discussing possible increases in the electric rate, whether we adopt a new plan or stick with the old one, to cover some amount of this. And so this table shows how much money would be raised if we wanted to raise 150,000 and cover a third of the shortfall, or 270 and cover half, what it would take under the two different plans. And so we won't go into that now, but I want to make sure everyone is aware that whether we approve a new rate structure or keep the old one, that during our conversation with the budget, we're very likely to need to have somewhere around a 5% increase in revenues for power in order to reduce the risk of not having enough property taxes. But that will be a discussion that we'll have during the budget. For the purposes of the proposed rate study, what we've done is we've taken the 2019-2020 actual performance year and done an apples to apples comparison of the current rate structure and the new rate structure. With that as background, Eric, I'd like to move into the slide presentation. And while you're setting that up, I want to say that we started this process of thinking about rate design almost a year ago. And at that time and in the past, I've always been heavily dependent on the knowledge that the UC Berkeley has a number, and UC Davis as well, has a number of really experienced economists, electrical engineers, et cetera, who have studied rate design, who studied the California grid for a very, very long time. And and I'd like to call a friend and associate of mine, Severin Borenstein, who I first met during the energy crisis during Gray Davis's administration in 2020, when the California legislature decided to have fixed electric rates with variable electric costs. And that caused a lot of really bad stuff to happen. It probably caused a recall. And since that time, Severin has done a lot of thinking on this topic, representing the state of California in various commissions on the state of California. He's served on almost every entity I can think of. He is currently on he's one of the board members of CalISO, the governing body that controls the flow of electricity through most of California, with the exception of a couple of municipalities. And he and his team authored a paper that heavily influenced our own rate design, looking at why is electricity in California getting cheaper and rates are getting more expensive. And so I'd like to offer the floor to Severin to give us just an overview, a little bit of what's happening in California, what's happening with rates overall. And he has served as a voluntary, friendly advisor to us through this entire process, for which the district and myself, Brandy, Eric, everyone is very, very grateful. We reviewed this with Severin yesterday afternoon. He said he had a little bit of free time this morning, so I asked him if he wouldn't provide an overview to our community. So Severin, can I turn the floor over to you?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for including me in this. I am happy to participate, in part because what's going on with Kirkwood Meadows right now is a microcosm of what the rest of the state is facing, particularly the investor-owned utilities. The investor-owned utility rates are going up for different reasons, largely due to wildfire issues and a number of other programmatic issues. But the underlying economics is the same, which is that those costs are not variable costs that change with the amount of electricity that's being consumed. So we've done a number of studies that find that, for instance, in PG&E territory, their actual marginal cost, including the cost of greenhouse gas emissions and other pollutants, is just massively lower than the rates they charge. The study we put out in February puts their average residential rate for 2019 at 26 cents and the marginal cost at somewhere between 7 and 8 cents. So there's a real disconnect there. And at the same time, California is trying to make real progress on reducing greenhouse gases. And there's pretty much consensus that the way we're going to do that is through electrification. It's very hard to see how we reduce greenhouse gases if we continue to burn natural gas in homes and in industries, and if we continue to use petroleum products and for transportation. And in the case of Kirkwood Meadows, of course, liquefied petroleum gas for a lot of the home services. They put out greenhouse gases and those aren't captured. So the good news is the grid in California has gotten incredibly clean. The CEC study for 2019 put the share of zero greenhouse gas emissions generation at about 2/3. That's not all wind and solar. A lot of it is hydro and nuclear and geothermal, but it's going up. And we are going to continue to see a cleaner and cleaner grid in California. And if we can get people to use that grid for their energy services, we can massively reduce greenhouse gas emissions in California. The problem is the way we've built rate structures for PG&E and the investor-owned utilities is we've loaded all these fixed costs into volumetric rates. Kirkwood Meadows is doing the same thing. When Bob and I first talked about this, and he told me about the 65-cent or 66-cent volumetric rate, my jaw dropped. I had never heard of a rate that high. And then when we dug into it and I asked about, okay, well, what's the real volumetric cost? He explained that it was much closer to 13 or 14 cents. I saw a real problem, and very much the same problem that the rest of the state is facing. So if we're really going to make progress environmentally and still maintain both reasonable affordability and equity for people who are less able to pay energy bills, I think we're going to have to change the way that we recover costs. And that has been something I've been talking to people in the state legislature and the CPUC and the California Energy Commission about. And when I started talking to Bob about the Kirkwood Meadows situation, it just seems to be very much the same situation. We want to encourage the use of electricity. Now, when people hear that, particularly those of us who have been working in electricity a long time and are big advocates of energy efficiency, it can make them uncomfortable because historically we've been trying to decrease the use of electricity. And in fact, California has been very proud of our pattern over the last 20 or 30 years of lower electricity demand growth and actually somewhat pretty flat demand for years. But we're really going to need to change that because that was primarily premised, well, it was premised on two things. Originally in the 70s, it was premised on an issue of energy security when we were importing oil and using a lot of oil for electricity. We don't really use oil for electricity anymore. In fact, we don't even in California use coal for the most part. LADWP still uses a little. But, and the other, of course, is environmental concerns. And that's become front and center. And the environmental concerns have become really the driver of energy policy. And we need to recognize that when we make energy decisions now, we need to be cognizant of the trade-offs in environmental impact. And the good news is using the grid for electricity these days, or for energy, for many of our services, has a very, very low environmental impact, and it's going to be declining drastically over the next 10 or 15 years. So if we can use the grid more, we can really have a bigger impact on reducing our environmental impact, not just greenhouse gases, which are definitely a leading concern, but also local pollutants that come from natural gas-fired power plants, many of which are located in disadvantaged neighborhoods. At the same time, I should point out, not only is the use of gasoline and liquefied petroleum gas, propane, a pollution problem at the combustion point, it's also a pollution problem at the production point. And those refineries that produce it are also located in disadvantaged neighborhoods typically, and have become a real environmental justice issue. So I'll just close saying, I think we want to encourage energy efficiency, but we want to encourage the appropriate amount of energy efficiency. And we do that by charging prices that reflect the real impact. And the real impact in the case of Kirkwood Meadows is the volumetric cost to Kirkwood Meadows, including the environmental impacts. And looking at the studies that you folks have had done, it's pretty clear that is in the 13 or 14 cent range. Possibly a little lower if you think about even some of those costs are in fact probably fixed costs, but I think that encourages the appropriate amount of energy efficiency. And then the last thing I'll say is something that Bob just alluded to is budget stability. What Bob just presented about the budget fluctuations that Kirkwood Meadows has seen is largely a result of the fact that so much of the budget comes from volumetric rates, and volumes fluctuate. And so when they fluctuate, the budget goes into big surplus or big deficit. The way to avoid that sort of fluctuation is a rate structure that doesn't have a huge margin on each kilowatt hour, so it isn't dependent on high usage to meet the needs. And the way to do that is to collect the rates through other means, and that's what you guys are going to be talking about today. So I'll stop there. Thank you for inviting me to join, and I'm going to be able to hang around for another hour or so, and then I have to go. Thanks.
Severin, thank you very much for your comments and the overview, and for all the service you've done to the state and helping us out. So we're now going to provide a set of slides here, an overview of the overall idea behind the change in the rates and some of the data. To do this, Brandy and I are going to tag team. Brandy Benson, for those you haven't met, is in charge of our electric and propane division as Assistant General Manager, has been a tremendous asset to the community and to the district, and one of my favorite people to work with. So Brandy, I'm gonna have you kick it off here.
Thank you, Bob. All right, so what we have here is just a set of slides, and we're going to start with what we did here as the rate setting process. So basically what we did is, as has been mentioned, we looked at the situation we find ourselves in with a large amount of debt for the electric enterprise and a very high variable rate. So we reviewed that, we looked at our capital funding needs and tried to come up with an idea that would help stabilize our rates, making sure that we have adequate revenues even when we have low snow years or other bad operational considerations. We then looked at the cost of service. So what we wanted to determine was the actual cost of providing electric service to all of our customers, making sure that we were equitable and logical in that. And then lastly, we wanted to recommend what specific changes to our existing rate structure made sense and excuse me, made sure that we are equitably sharing all of our debt service costs, because that is the highest driver of cost here in Kirkwood for electric service. And we wanted to make sure that we're being in line with industry standards and legal requirements. So we came up with 6 goals to try to cover here. The first one, and the one that we'll probably talk about the most, is better balancing our fixed income with our fixed expenses. Number 2 is ensuring those fixed expenses, which are mostly just debt from the Out Valley line construction, and equitably distribute those across the customer base. Number 3 is we wanted to create a rate structure that makes electricity competitive. Competitive with propane, competitive with burning wood for heat, while making it cost effective. Number 4, we wanted to consider changes that would make our rate structure reflect federal, state, and local climate goals, so that we can all feel good about trying to convert to a cleaner, greener Kirkwood. Number 5 is an important one to note here. And what we're doing here is trying to target revenue neutrality. So we are not trying to make more money off of this rate change. We are just trying to shift the balance so that more of our money is fixed when it comes in rates. And lastly, and very importantly, minimize the changes in annual cost to most customers. And so we'll talk about each of those as we go forward here. So goal number one, fixed income versus fixed expenses. And so on this slide, I've just broken out what we're talking about here as far as fixed income and cash. So our fixed income from the electric rate perspective is our base rates, which is the fixed amount that you see on your bill every month, no matter how much power you use, and a meter charge, which is basically for the operation and maintenance of an electric meter. So those are the two fixed incomes we have. Our variable income is our usage rate, and that's the per kilowatt hour charge that you see, that you've heard us say 68 cents a kilowatt hour. That's that variable income. And then for the electric department, we have other sources of cash that are minor. Power sales, which is basically us selling power to other PUD departments. We've got property taxes, and we've got cash reserves. If you look at the expenses side of that, fixed expenses are expenses that don't change no matter how much power we sell to the community. And those are interest expense, largest one. Also capital spending and depreciation. Then we have our variable expenses, and those depend on how much power we are buying off the grid and selling to the community. So those are operating expenses, and for the powerhouse, diesel purchases and renewable energy credits that we use to meet our various obligations. And then lastly, we have combination expenses, and these are partially dependent on how much power we sell. Salaries and benefits and G&A expenses. These are largely fixed costs, but they do have a variable component. So this slide here is just a visual representation of where we're at right now. As you can see, currently under our current rate structure, 95% of our total income is variable. It's coming from that 68 cents a kilowatt hour, and only 5% is coming from our base rates and our meter charges. And if you take a look at this slide, you can see all of the things that we're covering with our variable income. And that includes fixed and variable and combination expenses. And this is it really is a problem. Like, we have some significant danger here because of things like we saw last year with the pandemic. We feel as the district very lucky that the resort was able to operate and that we did not see a huge decrease in our per kilowatt hour, our kilowatt hour per month sales, because if the resort had closed, we would have been in serious trouble. We've also seen historically that just a low snow year, if it doesn't snow very much, if there's not very many people coming out to ski, that can dramatically make our ability to pay our bills, it puts us in danger. And then lastly, one that's at the forefront of our mind this time of year is drought. The resort makes snow, and that is dependent on water levels in Cable's Lake and the ability to pull water from the lake. If they can't do that, that's a huge potential negative to the amount of kilowatt hours we can sell. So in any of these situations, if we at the end of our year do not meet our debt requirements for our RUS loans, we immediately have to raise rates. It's not a situation where we have reserves that we can pull on here. It's a situation of we would have to make an immediate change, which is why we're talking about this today. So this new slide is the proposal. The proposal moves but does not increase our revenues, but it moves them from the variable over into the fixed category. So we would be talking about 83% of our total revenues coming from fixed income. So then all of our fixed and our mixed expenses can then be covered by that fixed income, no matter how many kilowatt hours we sell or don't sell in the year, leaving 17% of the operating expenses and purchase power and RECs to live in the variable income side of things. So it's a dramatic difference, but only in the breakdown of our income, not in the total amount. Goal number 2, we were trying to equitably, allocate fixed cost. And here were our considerations that we used. We want to make sure that it's fair to share the debt service across all of our customer base. We want to fairly recover operational and capital cost through our rates. We want to provide financial stability, even during the catastrophic years and the things that we know and have witnessed can happen. And then we want to ensure that all customers, including net metering customers, cover their minimum obligation to those fixed costs through debt. And here, Bob is going to talk about how we went about doing that.
Okay, thanks, Brandy. So a couple of definitions. Equivalent dwelling unit is a standard industry term used to sort of say what is a typical residential unit, and multiples of those. So it's the amount of power used by a typical dwelling unit. And what we did is we took all 670 dwelling units, residences, if you will, your homes. And if we look at the total power consumption per month, average over 3 years, and divide that by the number of units, that's our EDU. And that works out to be 230 kilowatt hours a month is the average amount of kilowatt hours used across all residences over the 12-month period. Obviously, there's a big difference in the middle of summer when you when you have a lot of daylight as opposed to a stormy day in winter. So the way the current system works is we compute an EDU, and we assign a minimum of one EDU. The system we currently use actually takes every usage, including snow making and chair 6, and takes an average there, which works out to be 780. And then we proportion out the EDUs. The EDUs are then used to assign out all of the fixed costs that we currently have, which is a rate of $14 per EDU. If we move to the next slide, what we've proposed changing under the new system that's being considered is an EDU would only be the residential. So instead of the average across every meter, the average is across just the residential, which we feel is a more appropriate metric. That brings us down to the 230 number. The proposal is that, and we've looked at a lot of ranges of years, and this is certainly one of the things where there was a lot of public comment on that we'll be discussing, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about. We looked at customers who have 3 or more years of history and took their average over the last 3 years, and then divide that by 230. All these are done on a monthly basis, and that's the EDU. And the minimum EDU is 0.5. So if you've used less, so if we take 230 and divide it by half, that's 115. If you've used less than 115, you're still at 0.5 EDUs, even if you've used less than half of the average. So the idea is for if you have 3 or more years of history, we're assuming that is a fairly good representation of your usage in the past and in the future. Customers who have less than 3 years of history would be calculated blended with the previous owners. And there's some cases where we want to maybe consider some things that have been brought up. The way the current proposal is that your first year you inherit the previous owners. And I should say a year is April 1st through March 31st. We picked that so we have a couple of months before the budget changes on July 1st to make sure everything trues up and is working correctly. So until you have a full 12 months ending March 31st, your first year is the previous owners. After that, then you blend in yours with the previous owners. And in fact, one of the changes we'll be talking about is maybe that should only be 1 year and not blended over 3 years. but but in the current proposal, it assumes the first year is your previous tenant, the next year is 1/3 you, 2/3 previous, then 2/3 you, 1/3, and then finally it's all yours. So that's the allocation of it. If we move on to the next slide, what do we do with new construction? And I dream of new construction at Kirkwood. I get up in the morning and say, I only wish we had it. We were doing great. You know, we went live with this project in 2014. There was, if you look at the start of the decade of 2000 to 2008, there was all sorts of construction. Then we hit the financial crisis of 2008. That produced monuments like we see at the base of Chair 7. And there's pretty much been no construction since then. We now have several units under construction. You've all probably seen proposals for new condominiums. We have designed our electric system to calculate the growth in the strategic plan. So what do we do with new units? Well, we really have this, in analyzing this, we really have 3 categories of units. High density condominiums, which are 8 or more per unit. We find that on average, those are 0.8 EDU. If we take all of them, average them out. Low density condos are 3 to 7 units. We find the average there is 1.1 EDU. And then if we look at single family, 1 to 2 units, 1.4. So the average single family is 1.4 times 230 kilowatt hours, or about 300 or so kilowatt hours per month. So what we would do for new units is they would start out with this number, and then each year we would blend in what their actual average is until we have 3 years of history, and that's how we would account for new units. Moving to the next slide. Then we also have the question of, and this affects not only net metering, but it also affects low usage. So in the case of net metering customers, for which this means they have solar on their roofs, we have 9 at Kirkwood. We feel, although there's no particular requirement on our part, we feel that those customers all put in solar based on the current reimbursement rates. And so in order to allow them an opportunity to try to catch up some of their investment, for the first 7 years of the solar home, then we would measure their usage based on the net usage, which is how much they used from us, from the grid, minus how much they generated themselves. And so that after 7 years, then the calculation would revert. For any new customer considering solar, it would always be based on the usage, not the net usage, because they would be making that decision based on the current rates. We will talk more about solar in some of the Q&A that have come up, and some of the concerns people have about the new rate study and its impact on solar. So if we move on to the next slide, there's 2 factors going on here. First of all, if all we're trying to do was shift the balance between fixed and variable income, we could just be done and then just update these fixed allocations every year. And that would do nothing to encourage the use of electricity, because we'd still be charging on effect 66 cents. It's just you'd be paying for it in a fixed and variable, and every year we would move the fixed amount based on what you did. So there'd be no savings. And the second thing we're trying to do, which is really the harder part of the equation, is say, if this is your average usage and you use more, we're assuming you're going to use it for good reasons. For example, if you're currently in a unit with no propane and you're using wood stove and you want to heat up the place a little bit sooner and you have electric, probably a lot of people avoid that right now at 66 cents. However, if your base rate is fixed, then your incremental use of electricity over and above your 3-year average is only going to be the 13.7 cents or 14.7 cents. It's going to be much more affordable to use electricity. And so one of the points that Severin emphasized to me and to the team working on this is the fixed costs should be fixed. If all they are is a variable cost that's adjusted occasionally, then it's just a catch up. You might look at it and say, all right, well, for this year, my incremental usage will be cheaper, but then my base rate will be moved up because I used more. And now I'm back exactly where we started. I would consider that just a bait and switch. It just appears like it's cheaper, but we're going to get you because as soon as we adjust the base rate every year, if we did that. So the goal behind this study is to do a one-time allocation of the base rate based on a 3-year average and keep that the same. Now, as new customers come on, the total amount of money we need to raise across all residences will drop. And so that means we can lower what we charge per EDU. So we want to be able to have a fair allocation. We're starting at, we've decided fairness is based on historic usage, but we want to have new usage not be in that base rate because we don't need it to cover our fixed costs. We want you to invest in electricity where it makes sense, particularly where it replaces propane, wood, or gasoline. Let's do an example on the next slide. And this is where I really want to point out, and this is something Reed has pointed out in his comments as well. To apples and apples compare propane electricity is hard to do because it depends on the efficiency of the propane conversion to heat. Electric is 100% efficient. Everything it does is creates heat. But here's an example drawn from my own home. If I average it out over 12 months, I use 2,500 cubic feet per month of propane. And that's $180 a month of what it costs. Now, if you do a pure energy value comparison and we take electric BTUs and we compare that to propane BTUs, 2,500 cubic feet, the energy contained in that is the same energy contained in 1,800 kilowatt hours. If we assume, and it's never true, that the efficiency of converting propane energy to heat your house and electric to heat your house were identical, and they never are. If we just assume that, then at the current rate of 65 cents, if I did that conversion, I'd go from $180 a month to $1,080 a month. And I'd much rather find another way to contribute to society than that amount. At 13.7 cents, it's $247. Now, 247 is more than 180, but the reason why I can't tell you the exact answer is that the efficiency of my propane is probably 70% or 80% in terms of its ability to convert energy to heat. In addition, propane is derated at 8,000 feet. The BTU value of it is lower than it is at sea level. In addition, the way I do zoning in my house would be different under electric and propane. I would probably heat less of my house. So when we say 13 cents is competitive, we just mean it's at the point where it is something you would consider. Whereas at 65 cents, you're not going to consider it on the economics alone. Now, there's a lot of other factors here. We've had a house explode due to a propane failure. So eliminating the risk of that has some economic value to it. On the propane, it emits a large amount of greenhouse gases. I currently buy offsets to do that. If I add that in, the point we're trying to make is by actually charging for electricity, for incremental use of electricity, what it actually costs, we will cause people to think about whether they want to do electric water heating, electric stove or not, electric furnace heating. And the other factor in this, you probably heard about heat pumps. Heat pumps use heat from either air or from underground, which work incredibly well. The air ones are not as efficient. And the combination of a heat pump with resistance heating becomes competitive at around 25 cents. At 13 cents, it has a greater competitive value. And also you have to consider the cost of doing these changes. So in summary, what we've done here is we've assumed that we can come up with an average, assign that out across everybody, and then leave it there. And if you use more electricity than that, that cost will only be 13 cents. We do not want to make the fixed costs be based on your incremental changes in power. So Brandy, turn it back to you.
Thank you, Bob. So our next goal 4 was encourage cleaner energy. And as part of this presentation, I want to make sure everyone's aware of a program that we already offer. It's come up several times in the comments, and since 2019, KMPUD has offered the option to customers to have 100% renewable electricity and 100% carbon offset for their propane use. What we do is we offer through the district an opportunity to purchase renewable energy credits for electricity use and carbon offsets for propane use. And we kind of do all the back end work for you. So we calculate annually how many RECs or how many carbon offsets you would need at your residence to offset the propane emissions and be 100% electric renewable every year. And we send that out to all of our customers in October. We then offer a period where you can purchase these RECs and carbon offsets on our website. And we've had some success with this program. We've had some success, as you'll see later in the meeting. But it is something that we've heard time and again that that people didn't know about. So I wanted to make sure as part of this process that people do know that this is available. We advertise it on our website, directly emailing folks every year, and through our monthly newsletter. So this is available to all of our customers, whether or not we do anything with the rates.
Brandy, let me just add one comment there, that if we look at the renewable electricity, 36% is renewable because the district does that. To get the additional 2/3 adds about 1% to the cost of your power. So as Severin pointed out, the California grid is incredible. It currently has an oversupply of renewable power. And so it is very cost effective to be 100% renewable, but we already have the most expensive rates in the United States, lower 48. We're not proud of that, but it's true. And so it is another 1%. Thanks, Brandy.
Thank you. So one thing that we were asked to do in this study is consider, rather than adopting a rate just to get to our avoided cost, what if we looked at a rate that would be 100% renewable electricity? And like Bob just pointed out, this is a slight increase over our actual avoided cost. So this slide here shows what that looks like. I would like to note that this 14.7 cents a kilowatt hour is about a penny more than what we've calculated as our true avoided cost. But this relies on cost estimates for renewable energy credit purchases, and it's based on the 2019-2020 sales and budget numbers. So if we look at that with those understandings, we look at about a penny a kilowatt hour increase to get to 100% renewable electricity in Kirkwood. All right, so we'll go on to targeting being revenue neutral. And what we can see is that our current rates and our current rate structure based on last year's budget put us at about 4.8 million in revenue. And of that, you can see the breakdown that we talked about earlier. Most of that comes from the usage rate per kilowatt hour. So here on this slide, I've shown the 13.7 cents a kilowatt hour, which is our avoided cost, the 14.7 cents a kilowatt hour, which is that avoided cost plus going 100% renewable. And then we were also asked to look at a 25 cent a kilowatt hour rate as kind of a mid-level stepping stone here. So you can see that what we're actually seeing here is approximately revenue neutral. And you see a drop of about $100,000 to the 13 and 25 cents. That's because we based our rate study on an annual or on a 3-year average of everyone's use rather than last year's budget as is shown for current. So you can see that, and then you can see that total revenue increases slightly on the 14.7 cents a kilowatt hour model, because that one is, we are trying to increase our revenue so that we can pay for additional RECs for the electric 100% offset. But as you can see, there's no dramatic increase in the annual total overall revenue that the district will see. You just see all of those costs being shifted from the usage rate, which is variable, to the base rate, which is fixed. And then lastly, goal 6 is minimize the changes to customers and annual cost. And before I look at this slide, I'd like to note that we are aware that this is a change to customers. What this basically does, and as you've seen on your individual mailings, is it basically flattens out your annual cost. So instead of seeing very low or much lower bills in the summertime and much higher bills in the wintertime, it takes it and it flattens it out. So looking at your August to August bill under the current rate structure and the proposed rate structure is not what we did, because we know that will be different. What we did is we looked at a year. We looked at a customer's annual cost for the year and said, how can we make sure that people see the minimum amount of change there for the maximum amount of customers? So we looked here, and this is residential customers, and we've shown each of the 3 models that we looked at in this rate study. The blue is the avoided cost 13.7 cents model. The gray is the 100% renewable, and then the kind of darker teal is the 25 cents a kilowatt hour model. And as you can see, the majority of our customers under any rate, any of the proposed rates, fall in this negative $10 a month to $0 a month change. You see some slight differences depending on which model you go with, on if slightly more customers are lower than that and slightly more customers are higher than that. But I'd like you to note out here on the 40 to 60 and over $60 a month change, we have very few customers that are in that situation. And the majority of those are customers that simply don't use very much power at all, or no power. And those customers would see an increase because we are trying to equitably amongst all of our customers spread out our debt. And then lastly, the question has come up, what about our commercial customers? And so we did the same modeling here for each of our commercial customers, and we communicated that to each of our commercial customers. You can see here that the changes are, again, you have a lot of customers in the $20 or less change a month. But here you can start to see some impacts if we use the 25 cent kilowatt hour model. You have more customers in the 40 and over 60 categories. And with that, that concludes the presentation. I know there will be an opportunity here for folks to ask questions and go into the public comment. That is all I have.
Okay, thanks, Brandy and Bob. Bob, are you finished as well at this point on this stage?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. So now I'd like to open this hearing to public comment. And Eric, can you let me know how many hands you see raised at this point?
2, 3. I mean, I'm going to give it a bit for people to figure out the raise your hand function.
Okay,
Pamela was kind enough to tell everyone where it is. It's also in the board packet. So I'd give it another minute for
I'll
people
just give
to
it another minute or
find
two
it.
here.
And Howard did a thumbs up. He may have meant a raise hand.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, and applause, which we appreciate also.
I'm only seeing 4 now. Use the raise your hand function. I can't, there's too many people on the thing, so I can't see anyone waving, so please. I'm still at 4.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm not going to invoke the 3-minute limit, although I still ask people to be as concise as you can be. Please understand that the letters that have been written have been extremely useful and taken very seriously. I know I've read them over 2 or 3, each one over 2 or 3 times. And this period of public comment is not really a time for members of the public and members of the board to debate with each other. It's for us to listen to what your thoughts are, to what your suggestions are, to what your concerns are. So to be as concise as you can be, that's great, but you are more than welcome to speak. So Eric, why don't you start calling on people?
Adam's had his hand up the longest, so I'm going to start with him.
Well, thanks for giving me the chance to make a public comment. Just wanted to say, I think my house is a fine example of the points you made, because of the high rates and the general goodness of improving efficiency. I've taken a lot of effort to improve efficiency and make my house very low energy usage. But in recent times, I'd like to be able to charge my electric car in the house, and it's quite undesirable in terms of a cost per mile view to do that at the current rates. And I also would like to use electricity for other purposes than I'm currently doing, but it's just been quite undesirable. So I think the comments you made about the incentives would really be much better with the new rate structure. So I just wanted to say I'm quite enthusiastic about the change you're proposing, and I hope you go through and do it.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Eric, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, and it says Dialer Adams. So
Adam Brand.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric?
Yes, I think the next was Peter Young.
I'd also like to support the proposed rate changes. I'm an owner in Isle of Ice. We have no propane there, so we are dependent on electricity and a wood stove. And I found when we go there in winter, first of all, the place is extremely cold when we arrive, and then I spend a huge amount of my time babysitting the wood stove, trying to keep it going at night and so on. And with the new rates, we would be able to have much more flexibility and use electricity for at least quite a large part of our energy needs when we're there, which at the moment we don't do. We really don't have the electric heating going on when we're there because it's just so expensive. We'd also have an incentive to heat the place up using electricity before we arrive, and it would then be much more comfortable when we arrive. So I think this is an excellent idea, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Eric?
Ann Fleur was next.
Ann, hi.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm Ann Fleur Dwyer. I want to start by thanking you all for the work and time that you've put into this at this point. I totally agree with all the proposed goals. the one concern that two concerns that I have about the proposed changes are making sure that they are truly equitable and logical, as you all stated as one of the key components of this. My primary concerns lays in the change of electrical usage patterns and how using historical rate data as the baseline for that does not seem, with no changes moving forward, does not seem equitable when you take into account how drastically energy use and electrical use is going to need to change, both on the energy efficiency side and on the electrification side, as California keeps pushing that forward. And also just in taking into account how people use their cabins can be so different from year to year, whether it's their usage, rental usage, whatnot. And I would encourage you to look further at using an alternate means of basing that base rate off of, such as meter size or unit size, if it's going to be set in stone rather than reassessed on a regular basis. And I think in part, although I understand that the PUD has a large debt tied to the electrical rates and the desire to have a more stable income source, I think that we can't overlook the need to continue promoting energy efficiency and solar and making our valley more sustainable from an impacts use side, from a moral standpoint. And I think in doing so, in the long term, we will end up with higher electrical usage as we move into electrification. But as part of that, we also need to be considering sustainability and energy efficiency. Thank you.
And Flora, you included a comment in the chat. Do you want to, or a reference? Do you want to just mention what that is?
Yeah, so I shared a link regarding heat pumps. I've been working for quite a few years on trying to promote the use of heat pumps in cold climates. They're a really excellent means of replacing high energy use electric heating or propane heating. And I think there is a myth out there that I've been working on debunking, that they don't work in cold climates. That was true 20, 30 years ago, right, but is no longer the case. They are used extensively in Vermont and on the northern East Coast in cold climates. Pumps can be rated down to -22 degrees Fahrenheit, which we don't even come close to here. So definitely a viable option for us here in Kirkwood, and would really help shift from use and reliance on propane and start using more efficient electrical heating systems in the valley. And I'm happy to provide more information if people have questions about that in the future.
Great. Well, thank you, Anne Flora. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Eric?
Howard Hoffman is next.
All right. Thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to thank Bob and the staff for the excellent work. And I concur with all the goals, and I concur that the rate change is necessary. And I appreciate the time, Bob, that you've personally spent with me explaining some of your thoughts and motivations. And I still think that of the choices that we have now, going to a 24-cent rate and then adding in the extra cent for renewable energy credits would be a much, much more sound and fair way of proceeding. All of the problems that are associated with going to such a big change are outlined in my letter, so I'm not going to repeat them all here. And I trust and hope that you all read my letter. I think, speaking of letters, the one from Matt Jones, who is the general manager of Kirkwood, I think that's an important customer to listen to. Vail Resorts probably hasn't even really thought all this through, but I think it's important that a rate not be so drastic a change that it's going to affect them in some way that we can't anticipate. And I'd also like to thank Eric Rickert for the time you've spent with me, Eric, helping to explain your thoughts on this whole process. And from that, one idea you came up with, Eric, was capping the number of residential EDUs at 3.0. And the more I've had a chance to kind of play with that and think about it, the more I like that. And I think that really takes care of a large part of the electrification issue, because going forward, if we want people to put in electric heat pumps, having a cap on the number of EDUs means if somebody wants to totally convert their home away from propane, and we certainly want that. I mean, we know that propane is a problem on multiple levels, and we've had more than one home go up in flames. We've had more than one explosion at Kirkwood because of propane. I would love to be able to get rid of propane from my own home at Kirkwood. It may not be practical. It's something I'll look into, but I am bringing an electric vehicle to Kirkwood, and I can tell you 25 cents, I'll be thrilled to be able to charge my electric vehicle at Kirkwood at 25 cents a kilowatt hour. That's less than what Tesla charges at their superchargers. And it's probably going to be less than almost anywhere that you can charge your car. So we'll have a low enough rate at 25 cents that it will encourage people to do new electric uses. It'll be high enough at 25 to discourage large scale solar conversion, which, although I'm a great advocate of solar, I understand what a problem it presents to our district financially. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to a vote. And I hope that you do approve a rate today, and I hope it's the 25-cent one. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Appreciate it. Eric?
The last one is Reed Bennett.
Hi, Reed.
Hello. I really concur with so much of what Howard just said. And I really want to thank everyone who's put so much time and thought into this. And I know this process has been going on for a while, and there's different viewpoints on this. I'll be brief. One thing I want to bring up is that the premise for this rate structure began about a year ago when COVID was raging, and it seemed possible that the resort may not open for the past ski season. And if this concern, was understandable, it's understandable. However, this premise is outdated, and it seems very unlikely that the resort won't open for a season. And if that were the case, one could put such a rate structure into account at that time. Now, one thing on the math, I wanted to point out that some of the numbers certainly appear wrong or misleading, where you have on goal number 3, page 15, with propane at 180 a month, I think they used the multiplier of, it comes out to 7.2 cents per cubic foot, but I think, isn't there a 14% surcharge on that? And I think it's actually 8.1. And another thing in that sheet where it talks about making electricity comparable, it entirely omits the EDU base rate. And even without the EDU base rate, electricity is significantly more expensive to heat than propane. It's right about 50% more. And I think another thing is that other numbers or calculations are missing. There's nothing about electric vehicle possible future consumption. I see no reason for those people with electric cars to be able to fill up, as it were, at say 15 cents versus 25 cents a kilowatt hour. And heat pumps are not addressed at all. And from my math, what I can tell, it's right in the range of 28 to 32.4 cents per kilowatt hour would make heat pumps a competitive source of heat at the current rates of propane. And one thing I don't understand on goal 5, page 19, we talk about revenue neutrality, and yet with 13.7 cents with your own numbers, there would be a loss of revenue of $106,000. At 14.7 cents, it'd be $38,000. At 25 cents, $94,000. I think, and others think, based on feedback that I've gotten, that the way EDUs are proposed to be figured out is problematical. I don't understand new construction, single family being only 1.4 EDUs, and that once fixed, the customer's EDU value would remain unchanged. And where there's been so much flux in use in the last few years due to COVID and so on. So I would have a very low EDU. I move up there full time. I would be getting electricity very cheap at 15 cents, whereas a neighbor could not be up there so much, who lives up there full time. We could have very different bills for identical consumption. And a couple of things come to mind, and one is in Alpine County, it's TriTac 20 years ago, called Tic Tac now. And there was road funding that came to Alpine County, and to pave a dirt road. And I think it was the road to Blue Lakes, I'm not sure, but everyone there thought that what was going to be paved with this federal money shouldn't be paved. I mean, the Alpine County supervisors, the head of planning, the Tic Tac people, and it kind of got this life of its own and kept going, and the road was paved even though everyone thought it shouldn't be. And it also reminds me to some extent of Dave Brower using the Army Corps of Engineers' own evaporation figures when testifying before a Senate subcommittee. And he used high school math to show that Lake Mead and Lake Powell would not fill because Army Corps, some of the numbers was wrong. And so I just think we need to have more comprehensive numbers and to tighten them up a bit and look at consumer behavior. What would happen at 15 cents? What would happen at 25? I think any new rate should be in the 28 range, 30 cent range. And look at heat pumps, because at 15 cents, if someone put in a heat pump, they would be able to heat their houses for about half of the current price of propane. And just because something has been thought about and planned for, it doesn't mean it should be adopted. And at the very least, let's please take 1 year and get the proposal more fair and equitable.
Okay, thanks, Reed. Appreciate it.
Eric Rickard?
Yes.
This is Bob. Severin is going to sign off in a couple of minutes. I'd like to give him a chance because one of the things we talked about was what does it mean to charge more than our avoided cost? And since that came up in several things, I just wanted to see if he had some observations on what's happening overall, particularly as technology changes. And if not, then I've interrupted for no reason.
Thanks, Bob. And I'll just say a couple of things and then I do have to go. One is, we've heard just today different calculations about the effectiveness of heat pumps. And I have been trying to do some of those calculations. And the fact is, heat pump technology is changing rapidly. So the cost effectiveness is going to change over time. And the way I think that we incent efficient behavior to switch to these technologies is by setting rates that actually reflect the cost that is imposed when you consume additional electricity. And in that case, I think the credible calculations put that at 14 or 15 cents a kilowatt hour. If you charge a rate that's 25 or 30 cents a kilowatt hour, there will be electricity usages that will be uneconomic at those rates, but would be economic at the true avoided cost. And so that's why economists generally argue for setting rates that actually reflect that incremental cost that you're imposing on the system. The point was raised that, you know, this perhaps we should be encouraging solar. And I will just say that I'm a huge fan of renewable energy, and I think it's just going to be central to what we're doing. But whether we do that on your rooftop or we do that at a larger scale really has to be driven by thinking about the full economics of it, not the savings to the individual homeowner. And the fact is that large scale wind and solar is just much more cost effective right now. The way we, I think, set the right incentives for people to put in their own rooftop solar is just the same discussion as energy efficiency. Set the prices that actually reflect the true costs and let people make their own decisions on that. So I would encourage you to try to get down to the true avoided cost. If there's a transition period to get there, that may be a way to do it. But I think the goal really, the district as a whole and all of its residents will ultimately be better off if you can reorganize the rates to get those electricity rates to actually reflect the cost that your usage imposes on the system. And thanks for inviting me. And this has been really educational for me and will be helpful in my thinking in discussions with state leaders and others as the whole state of California tries to address these issues.
Please get us some favorite treatment at the state level. We'd appreciate that, Severin. Thank you, Severin. Really, really appreciate your time and expertise.
We have one more, Eric. Gary
okay.
Sargent.
Yes. Hi, Gary.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to read the comments I have submitted. And I'd start by saying that I am in favor of a revision of the current PUD electric rate structure. I agree with the proposal to shift from a high usage cost to a high base cost. It will encourage an increase in the use of electricity in the valley over other polluting energy sources and equalize monthly income to the PUD to aid its budget management. However, the rate revision as proposed is not equitable to the customers. The proposed new rate structure is based on data from past electrical usage that by default have discouraged the use of electricity in our homes and condominiums and required the use of propane and wood and pellet stoves. If the PUD is to create a new base rate for each customer or equivalent dwelling unit, it should be based on the future use of electricity following the rate restructuring. As currently proposed, the current higher usage homes and all electric homes are penalized for their higher past usage while rewarding those homes that increase usage going forward. I suggest the PUD start and proceed with the proposed EDU and kilowatt hour changes as submitted, but must recalculate the average electric use and EDU of each customer annually for the next 3 years to determine usage based on the new rate structure. It would then be done every 5 years, as is standard for the utility industry. You are currently proposing this for all new homeowners with less than 3 years of ownership. It should be the same for all customers to evenly distribute the actual cost of electrical service in our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. Eric, anyone else?
Yes, Pamela Hyde.
Pamela.
Hello, everyone. Pardon my not being able to turn on the camera. It's a bit early on a Saturday for me, so I'm getting a bit shy, but I'm delighted with all the work that's gone into this. Certainly, I want to echo that, and also am delighted to join the Communications Committee. So thanks for that, and would encourage all of us other Valley residents to think about joining up in any way we can to keep Kirkwood moving in all the right directions. I wanted to ask some questions that may need a response from you guys. So I'll just group together my questions and then ask if the board or any folks who have expertise in these areas could speak to them. I haven't heard any discussion yet of time of use or a tiered rate structure. And certainly here in Berkeley and in the Bay Area, PG&E is mandating that we all shift over to that. So it's something we're all familiar with. But what, can you guys and gals speak to why it may or may not be appropriate up in Kirkwood to have a time of day to actively steer customers toward when we'd like them to be using electricity versus just a flat structure, or what appears to be a flat structure, unless I'm misunderstanding something. Second question, as one of the, or maybe the largest user of electricity, is there general agreement that Vail is being charged an appropriate amount, or is just wanted to check on how some of the outstanding or far to one end of the curve users is going to be contributing overall to bringing down our debt and other things. So the Vail question came to mind. And then thirdly, are we homeowners able to join up with the renewables program and sign up for that before October, or is October the mark when we can sign up and begin participating in that? So those three questions to folks on the board or otherwise.
Thank you, Pamela. We'll address all three questions. Thank you. Eric, anybody else?
No.
Okay, well, again, everyone, thank you for the letters. There were a good number of them, all thoughtful, and thank you for your comments. And so now I would like to close the public comment part of the hearing. I'd like to entertain a motion to close the public comment part of the hearing. Is there such a motion, board members?
Motion to close the public.
Okay, that was John Schroeder. Is there a second to that motion?
This is Bob.
I'll second it. Go ahead, Bob.
No, you beat me. Clearly you're ahead.
Was that Peter?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Peter, roll call.
Rickard?
Aye.
Epstein?
Aye.
Schroeder?
Aye.
Perot?
Aye.
Dornberg, aye. It's unanimous.
Okay. At this point, the plan was to have Eric open up board discussion about the rate study itself. But I think maybe, can we answer Pam's questions? I think they're fairly
I'd be
quick
happy to
answers.
do that if you'd like me to.
Yes, please, Bob.
Okay, so first on time of use or tier ratios. So there's two factors here. One is our cost of power. We buy on the day ahead market, for that entire day. And so based on that, we have no costs that are related to time of use or tier. The other problem that we have is our main consumption occurs in winter when there's tends to be a surplus of wind at certain times of the day. And so there's no real, so unlike PG&E where their main usage of electricity is in the summer, particularly on a hot day. And that's why they would want shifting, but we have such minor use in the summer. So there's no real correlation between our costs and time of use that we could coordinate. And so if it doesn't affect our actual costs, then there's no particular benefit of doing that. It would also be a pretty extensive change to do it. Although I would mention that our meters do measure on either 1 hour or 15-minute increments. The other question is Vail an appropriate allocation. 2 comments there. One is the current EDU is based on the average across all meters and is 780 kilowatt hours per meter per month. The new one is 230. So that actually says that we're using EDU based on residential, not on all customers. That causes a small shifting of cost from the residences to the commercial customers. The net effect on Vail is they have 77 meters. Each one is independently measured and assigned an EDU. They would see a cost increase of about 1.7%. So I believe everything is appropriate. Howard would tell you that some organizations have a capacity charge and Vail makes extensive use of our peak demand. But if we look at time of use, we couldn't say, well, we would like you to have the lifts run at night when we have more capacity, right? Their operations, they have no control over what time they run it. They run it when they can. And so there's nothing we can really do there. So my sense is it is appropriate. The other major change on Vail is if we look at snowmaking, that snowmaking meter has big bills in November, December, and January. That's not going to have large bills every month of the year. So the other effect on Vail is their cash flow is going to be shifted a lot more towards summer, away from winter. The last question is renewables before October. There's a fair amount of overhead, so we try to do it once a year. It's in arrears. So in October, you get the opportunity to have your last year's activities be carbon free. And if that sounds convoluted, I can explain why it works that way, but that's how renewable policy works, is the adjustment for the renewables is done typically in arrears and not forward. And if it's worth explaining that, I can go into more detail later. But thanks for your questions, Pamela, I'm sorry. Forgive me. I know better.
Okay, and Pamela's just written a chat thanking you, Bob.
It's Pamela.
Yeah.
Pamela, sorry. Pamela.
Yes,
Pamela.
it's only fair.
Yes.
I'd like to add a bit to that because I'm not 100% in agreement with Bob, in particular for the time of use. One of the benefits of the time of use is to actually manage the load. And if we have a lot of EV charging going on in the future, it may become actually important to have a time of use to make sure that we have enough capacity for the lift. So it probably would have to be seasonal because the snow season is seasonal. But I do think that time of use could actually have some value in the valley.
In the future.
Can I just mention, Bertrand?
Yeah.
I believe the way we would handle that is through curtailment. If we reached a point where we couldn't support it, we would curtail the charging. Because time of use would just mean we charge more, it doesn't mean we have the power. So that's another way of thinking. We could think about the way you have, but my current thinking, for what it's worth, is we would do curtailment in the event we didn't have the peak. But we can, with the out valley running, we have the ability to go up to 8. So hopefully that wouldn't happen. But as the planning committee has identified, storage and other options are going to become important when we're successful, not if.
So that
Okay,
was
well, thank you.
a caveat I would like to add, I wanted to add. And that was, the last question was on the REC. Actually, if we decide to go 100% utility renewable part of this rate change, actually that would become a moot point. Everyone would be at 100% renewable and the district would stop offering optional REC.
Except for propane, we still would offer for propane.
That's correct. I'm talking about the REC,
Yeah,
not the
agreed.
offset. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. But thank you for the clarification. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Eric, I'm turning it over to you now to say what you want to say about the different parts of the rate study. And as we go through that, then we'll invite board discussion.
Sure, and quite frankly, I think the PowerPoint covered most everything. The only thing I'll probably skip to, the only real change from our last discussion was adding the 25 cent. And we will also need to discuss what Bob led off with, which is the property tax amortization issue, and how and no matter which rate is selected, if any is selected, we should be considering how we're going to add that on to this now, as so we can budget appropriately. So we did add the 25 cent on as requested. And the reason for the variability, I'm going to go back and answer, I forget whose question it was. The reason for the variability in the subtotal of dollars is that we got as close as we could with the base rate. I didn't want to go down to, $127.33 or $105.61. We just picked numbers that got us as close as we could. So yes, there is variability in the estimates, but then they're also based on past usage as well. So just to clarify that. But anyway, looking at the 25 cents a kilowatt hour, the new base rate would be 105 with the usage rate at 25. It does include 100% REC purchases and the 2.85% public benefit charge. And you can see how it affects residential customers. It's very similar to the 14.7, a little bit higher. There's more people seeing an increase than a decrease, but not substantively so from the other two models. And then commercial is a bit different as well. Again, more people seeing an increase than a decrease. So the 25 cent was done. So the other thing is, because the 25 cents doesn't cover all of our fixed costs, there is some CPI that would have to go into the rate itself, not just the base rate. So the rate would also increase. I'm going to increase the size on this because Bob always catches me not doing that. And I saw him leaning forward, so I knew he was going to ask. So.
I wasn't leaning forward. What are you talking about?
But there would be annual adjustments to the usage rate as well as the base rate in this one, just to account for the components that are subject to CPI.
Okay.
So God, I really don't think I have much more to add that wasn't already covered.
Okay. Okay. Board members, I think.
Can I like one comment on that specific item that Eric raised, showing that there'll be a little shift in who is paying more and things like that. But the key thing is actually distribution. Is we want to have less of the extreme, so less people being too beneficial for them or too detrimental to them. So actually 25 cents as a narrower distribution, which I see as a plus.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I think maybe the way to do this is to go through, give each board member an opportunity to give thoughts and see where we have consensus and see where we have suggestions for changes, see where we don't have consensus. Just see where we are. It's now 9:30. Let's go until 10 and see where we are, take a break, and then discuss where to go from there. So I'd like to start with John.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Eric.
Actually, I'd like to start with John and Bob as the Finance Committee, because I think the Finance Committee discussed this, right? And I'd like to know what was discussed. I think there were some topics addressing some of the concerns that letters addressed. So any summary you can provide of that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, I guess my comments start with to be responsible, we have to take the level of risk out of our current budget. And that is, shifting to cover the fixed costs through a base rate. And I think it's more important than, if you look at all the comments we've heard, there seem to be more around the incentives for conservation and things like that. And I think sometimes those overshadow the need to take the risk out of the budget. And then I'm working with Eric and with Standish O'Grady on raising short-term debt to pay for the wastewater treatment renovation and having a more solid financials and taking the dependency off of the property tax allocations makes us much more attractive to the lenders and will give us a better ability to secure that financing and to secure that financing at more attractive rates. So I think we're all very, very interested in reducing carbon footprint and trying to promote green energy, but we do have some, pretty big financial matters that we're attending to this year, and we need to take the risk out of the budget to accomplish those in the best way, the most cost-effective way. I think there's a lot of discussion about conservation. I think it's kind of tough to make electrification more attractive as an alternative to propane and other fossil fuels, and it is going to increase consumption, and so you could look at that negatively as not promoting conservation. But I think it's kind of hard to serve both of those masters. You have to make electricity more affordable to create an alternative for propane, and you are going to see increased consumption. So I don't see a way to really solve that. I think it's just a opposing goal, I guess. And then I think with regards to the calculations on electric heat and feasibility of heat pumps and things like that, I guess I feel like the best thing we can do is to reduce a barrier to using electric heat and reduce a barrier to using heat pumps, rather than try to cut it really very close and not and have to watch for the development of new technologies. I think we know that 65 cents per kilowatt hour is going to be prohibitive to electric heat. So why not take that barrier out of the way now and pave the way and make it Kirkwood an attractive place to deploy things like new heat pump technology. So I don't want to reiterate everything that was already said. So those are kind of some comments that I think maybe needed a little bit more emphasis.
Well, John and Bob, are you able to summarize what the Finance Committee discussed I know that there were some responses to the comments and possibly some just possible changes to the proposal discussed. I have no idea what happened with that.
We discussed 3 changes that are different than what is in the current rate study proposal. So I'd like to introduce those now for board consideration. And these came from responses from the customers, from the letters. The first one is when a property changes hands. The current proposal says that we would make that change. Your EDU stays the same as the previous owners. Then after 1 year, one full 12 months ending March 31st, we take your average, we take the new average, we take that and we take 2/3 of the previous owners and 1/3 of your new average. Then another year, we take 2/3 of yours, 1/3 of the old one. And then after 3 years, it's all yours. If there's a major shift in usage down with the new versus the old, then it takes longer for this customer to get to their own usage rate. And I would say that the biggest difference between ownership changes is the number of days in residence. that if you're going from a low to a high, there's a huge benefit to hanging on to the previous person's rate. If you're going from high to low usage, there's a huge disadvantage. In the analysis we did where we simulated 170 customers who changed hands over the previous time period, we found that a large amount of them had very little fluctuation and some had large fluctuations. I think it makes more sense to just say after 1 year, you just get your own, and then it keeps averaging for two more years. That way, a large extreme is dealt with immediately, and for most cases, it wouldn't be much different. So that's one change we discussed. We didn't reach total consensus on it, but I'd like to propose that we consider that change. The second change is with new construction, that if new construction, here's the perverse scenario. I'm going to build a new house, I'll put in propane, then the day after I move in, I'll switch to electric. We want to avoid that unnecessary behavior. And what we're trying to say is we're trying to encourage electric heat. So another possibility would say for new construction, if it starts out electric, we do not include the electricity in their rate. We treat it as if they were a propane conversion. Because if a current household switches from propane to electric, the proposal currently is that we would calculate the usage used by the electricity and not include that in the base rate. So I'd suggest that we do that for new construction, just like we do conversion for existing. Yeah.
Bob, just to clarify what you said, your proposal is that the electric associated with the heating
right
would be excluded.
Right.
As though the heating were with propane.
Right, because we offer that for any current household. If they're switching in the rate study, if they switch from propane to electric, and they aren't, well, here's the trick, and here's what makes this complicated, and I would love to simplify it. The reason that we do not want the base rate to be volumetric at some point, because otherwise the base rate just keeps going up with your usage, and there's no savings. So the idea is if you have 3 years history and your base rate EDU is fixed for a long period of time, then if you switch from propane to electric, your electric usage will go up, but your base rate won't change. That way we're guaranteeing that you are getting the benefit that everything above your 3-year average is at the low rate. If we go back and revise the base rates periodically, we are raising it based on your usage. So we are saying, please switch from propane to electric, and in a couple of years, we'll charge you more for it. That's what we're trying to avoid. So if you already have a 3-year history and you switch from propane to electric, your incremental usage won't get added to your base rate. However, if you just bought the home and you're switching while we're recalculating for 3 years, it's going to get aggregated in. So the current proposal is that we would take an engineering estimate of the new electric consumption and not add that into your base rate. We would like to do the same thing for a new home. But that's the complicated thing about this proposal that I wish I knew how to simplify. We're trying to say that your usage above your average is going to be at the low rate because we're not going to go back and increase your base rate based on your future usage. That's what we talked about in the committee. One proposal we threw out, which I think that's one of the things we need to talk about, is what if somebody's 3-year average is substantially higher than what their future is going to be? Do we offer an opportunity to reevaluate only downward but never upward? And our feeling is that would cause all sorts of lack of transparency, what's going on there. So I have some thoughts about how to solve this I'll bring up later, but I just want to emphasize that recalculating the base rate after we've encouraged people to increase their usage, it's counterproductive to what we're trying to do.
Okay, good. Thanks, Bob. So John, you finished your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, John. Peter, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I basically, you can hear me, right?
Sure can.
Okay, I basically support the concept. I think the goals and the way we're going about it is good. I guess I have a little concern about using data from last year because last year was such an anomaly, with the pandemic and the usage patterns and also the incredible turnover in real estate. I wonder if we're pushing this through too quickly and it might be valuable to study this for a year and then or implement it and defer on actually doing the change this year, gather more data, do more projections and see what the new normal is actually going to be. I don't think any of us really know. I'm kind of afraid that residential usage is going to decline next year because kids going back to school. And I'm really concerned that the commercial usage, it's going to take a while for knowing Vail's patterns for that to replenish itself. Unfortunately, I hope I'm wrong, and also I'm a little bit more comfortable with going to a 25 cent per kilowatt rate. That's more in line with what people pay throughout the state of California. I'm kind of concerned that I obviously think that there's going to be more and more electrical charging no matter what we do, and that we're losing potential income by pricing the rates so low. But in general, I support the change.
Thanks, Peter. Bertrand?
Yeah, actually, I'm very much in line with what Peter just said, that I have a few twists I'd like to add. First, there is no question that changing the structure of the rate with a lower base fee and a lower usage fee and a higher base fee need to be done. And actually, I've not heard any people actually objecting to that specific point. So most of the concern is actually more about how we define that base fee. It's actually kind of an oxymoron because I would expect the base fee to be the same for everyone, not customized to people. So I think a base fee that's customized to me is actually not probably, certainly on usage, is not actually that's the biggest problem I see actually in that study. And I think that's where the flaw resides. And I'm going to read what the district is sending to as a last line in every email, which is Kirkwood Meadow Public Utility District is an equal opportunity provider and employer. So I'm of course concerned about equal opportunity provider. So the way the base fee is designed now, it creates all sorts of complications, and we try to come up with new ways to turn around them. But I think we are not going to be able to make it equitable. There'll be always case where people are at a disadvantage compared to their neighbor. And that's really my biggest concern in this whole study. So I could, so actually I heard that there was even talking about having to put sub-meters to be able for people who have EV charging, so we don't include that consumption in base rate. So I find it very complex. So, and I believe it should be the same rule for everybody, and that's what would be truly equitable. So the good way to have incentive for people to switch to electrify, I don't think should be built into the rate. The rate will speak for themselves because a lower usage fee is going to incentivize people to use electricity versus other options. But we should not build subsidy from some people to others in the system. So typically POUs, actually no, IOUs and POUs, so investor and public utility, are offering rebate for energy efficiency. I'm not talking about LED because obviously most everyone has LEDs nowadays. I'm talking about tankless water heater, heat pump water heater, heat pump heating, all these big ticket items. So they do offer an incentive, a rebate to incentivize people to do it. We are now collecting, starting July 1st, 2.85% of the usage fee to provide such kind of incentive actually, and that should be actually ready for July 22nd. No, not July 2022, sorry. So, and the advantage of that, this is a one-shot thing to help people do the switch because there is a cost to do such a switch. And then we don't subsidize anybody at the disadvantage of anybody. Now let me go back to my thing here. So anyway, so there are a bunch of things I don't agree with the electrical rate study, but I'm not going to go through them. I'm sure some people would be happy about that, Eric. But we have discussed all these things in the previous board meeting. And I do agree with the objectives. And unfortunately, the devil is in the detail. So what I could support actually is the proposed electrical rate as it is in the study. That would be the 25 cents because I think it would allow us to have a sense of what is such a dramatic change is doing to our electrical consumption in the valley. And with the 1 cent for the renewable, so 24 plus 1, and provided we would do something, even if I don't agree with the way the AMU average monthly usage and the EDU are computed, I could go along if we were revising them the 3 first year until we set them in, so people have a time. We don't get all these side effects that are really unequitable. So that, let me see, but that basically the summary of my position.
Bertrand, can you clarify that last point for me? Provided that
so it's basically like
the base rate be recalculated at some future point.
Yeah. So why I don't support the way it's done, I think it should be done by capacity. And actually, when we go to the budget discussion, I'm going to propose that we actually allocated a line in the capital budget. So we actually, the PUD has an inventory of the capacity it serves. And actually, it may have multiple purposes. It may help to actually identify losses. It may certainly would be very useful to identify the cheapest opportunity in the valley to install EV charging site. And certainly it would remove this weird thing of having a base fee that is moving based on usage, which actually is an oxymoron. A base fee should not be related to usage, past or future, ideally. So basically, that's a proposal that Gary has, actually, Gary Sargent. So which is, we actually, for the first 3 years, we have a transition period for everybody. It's just a transition, not on the cost of things. It's just a transition on this base fee, okay? And I'd like to finish. This is actually, I had an email yesterday from the resort general manager and VP, Matt Jones, and that is also their position. They prefer the 25 cents alternative because it gives them the time to understand what it is going to do to their business, because they don't have a clear view on that at all.
Okie doke. Bob, do you have anything? Thanks, Bertrand. Bob, do you have? anything you
Well,
want to-
I have a lot, so let me ask you how
Please.
you want to go about doing
Well,
this.
I think that maybe we should take a 5-minute break. We've been at this for almost 2 hours. Is that okay
Yeah,
with
that sounds
everybody?
good. Yeah.
5-minute break. And
Yeah.
so please, 10 o'clock sharp, back at the computers.
There is one more thing I'd like to actually discuss related to the 100% renewable, and that may be a way to make the discussion simpler afterwards. So
Okay.
I don't know if we could start with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing your video. Is Bertrand back? Can you tell?
I don't see him.
Okay. Well,
He just
Wait.
got back.
okay, excellent. Bertrand, you said you wanted to say one more thing?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
What strikes me in all this discussion that actually there is a consensus in the Valley, in my opinion, on the feasibility and suitability, or basically the, of going 100% renewable in the Valley for our source of energy. The cost has been described. The result is totally supporting that concept as well. I have not heard any comment against that. And I think this is a perfect opportunity to do that. Most people are confused how to do it. They'd like to do it. They don't do it because either they are traveling or whatever. So just make it simple for everyone. And it would also make the discussion simpler because we would only compare two scenarios which are comparable, because the 13.7 and the 25 cents, if I remember, last time at the board meeting, we asked that the 25 cent would include the 1 cent. Is that correct, Eric? That's what you've
Yes,
done?
and it does.
Yeah.
It does include.
So I think we'd compare apple to apple, which is the 14.7 and the 25 cents. There'd be two options on the table instead of making things a bit more buddy for everyone. So this is my proposal, and I'd be happy to entertain a motion to move that we actually decide, along with this new rate that we are going to adopt, to move all our sourcing for electricity to 100% renewable, and that would eliminate the 0.137 kilowatt hour scenario. This is my proposal, and I'd be happy to make a motion on that.
Oh, I think there's a consensus, Bertrand, that we'll do that. So I think that'll definitely be part of the proposed ordinance. Bob?
So there's two things. I have my own comments about what we've done and how to do it. And then I've also written a response that covers what the customers asked. And I don't know if you want me to run through that or not.
If you could summarize that, that would be good. I mean, it's fairly lengthy, so I know you can't read it, but
right.
If you could summarize, that'd be very good, so that people understand that we've listened and there are answers, and we may want to change some things as a result.
Okay, so let me start with, this is my own comments and it's a reply to the customers. So what we're trying to do is send a market signal. So if what we say is we might change it, we don't know what it'll be. Your base rate might go up in the future, it might not, but in 3 years we'll have decided. That's a message to the market to say you should wait 3 years and see where they are. If we're definitive today or next month and say this is what it is, that's also a market signal. So, you know, just for example, my propane boiler is ready, you know, it's 20 years old, it's ready to be replaced. If it gets replaced with electricity and then that gets added to my base rate, I would make a different decision than if the message is your electricity use for this purpose won't get added to your base rate. I'll make a different decision. So the indecisiveness and let's study it and we're going to change the base rates every year for 3 years is a message to the market to say you should wait 3 years before you decide what to do. So I just want to make it clear that unless we're crystal clear with our intentions and our pricing and our message, we're telling the market you should probably wait. And some people might wait, some people won't, but it's not a good way to send a market signal. So that brings me to the thing of the base rates. The conflict that we have is one of the objectives set by the board is we'd like to have the vast majority of people not see a change in their annual costs as a result of this. Since their annual costs are completely dependent currently on their usage, the only way to implement that strategy is to say that your base rate will be initially calculated on your current usage, with the exception of people for which the current usage can't be calculated, where they don't have 3 years experience. So it's the only way to do it and meet the objective that nobody sees very few people see a change in their rates. If we relax that requirement and say, we hope they're close, but we don't care if they're as close as possible, then we can do other things. That is the fundamental conflict that we have. Now, when I ran this by Severin yesterday, and I'm hesitant to say this, but I'm going to. He said, this is the only thing I disagree with the rate study on. He said, if he were in charge of the world, and I don't put this on him, so let me put that off and say that it caused me to start thinking that if we model this on 4 categories. So right now we have large condo, small condo, and single residence. And we know what their averages are. And yeah, Erica, you read my mind or my intentions. If we look at this, they're 0.8, 1.1, and 1.4. I would add to that one other category, which is extreme low usage, which is where our 0.5 EDU is. So if we also had the extreme low usage, high density, I don't even know if it's high density, but extreme low usage, because the people that are most impacted are the ones that use significantly less than 230 a month. They're seeing the highest rate increases. And if they went from, $14 a month bill to $128 bill, right? That's a big change. So we've said 0.5 is our limit. So a possible solution, if we just said that was it, we have 4 categories, you fall into one of those. We would still raise the revenue, but there'd be a lot of changes in people's annual costs. The only way I can think to avoid that is to say that over some period of time, we'll make up a number, 10 years, we're going to start out at your average based on the last 3 years, and we're eventually going to end up where we have 4 categories, and you know which one you'll be in, and there won't be any discrimination based on prior consumption. You know exactly what the rules are, and you know that your incremental usage is not going to get added to your base rate, because your base rate by year 10 will be unrelated to your usage. So that is a way of eliminating the complexity, but it says we're abandoning the idea that we're trying to keep everybody's costs for the same usage identical. So I want to propose that as a topic and get people's feedback on it. But that is something that we started modeling late last night. Should I move on now to Eric, to the questions?
Please.
Okay. So there are a lot of questions on when to calculate, how to recalculate. I think we've now explained all of that. There are questions about commercial customers, including the ski resort. They're treated identically. Their EDUs have gone up. I think it is appropriate the way we've done the commercial customers. We talked about the impact on Vail. Should we be compared to PG&E? PG&E charges 25 cents. A lot of people charge 25 cents. Should we? I don't think we should, because PG&E's fixed costs are related to different things than we are. They have a completely different set of business problems than we do. So the fact that they happen to be in a 25-cent range, they're just a entirely different business. I'd rather be compared to SMUD, whose rates are less than what we're proposing, because they have significantly less costs, and they have things they can do to get their usage rates down. We have something we can do too. We're applying to be part of the of WAPA, which would make us eligible for some of the existing hydro that would allow us to lower our usage rate. So does the proposed rate discourage energy efficiency? Well, I guess one answer is we don't know, but the other answer is we did this 10-year experiment of charging the highest rates in the 48 lower states. So if that didn't get people to be energy efficient, I would rather say they have their own issues. I don't want to be the nanny state by saying our rates are doing that. They should decide that based on, as Severin said, the economic benefits, not based on an artificially higher cost. It costs us all right, if we talk 14.7 cents, it costs us 14.7 cents. Why are we charging a premium? That's the question I keep coming back to. I agree completely with Bertrand that if we want to encourage energy efficiency, we shouldn't do it by embedding a message in the rate. We should be doing by offering specific programs. However, if someone can afford a $2 million second home, I don't know whether they need a subsidy for some things, but others might. Okay, we talked a lot about whether electric heating is cheaper than propane. No. What we're trying to do is make the rate as low as we possibly can, which means our actual costs, and the market will decide. And some people will pay a little bit extra for the benefit of electric heating. Some people will save money on it. It is clear that if you're willing to drill a hole in the ground, which you might do if you're a large condominium, you can make heat pumps really well. I mean, Ann Fleur was completely correct. If you look at the studies I've looked at in Toronto or in Minnesota, they've made heat pumps in temperatures lower than ours work extremely well. The message to the market is, we're going to offer you electricity at our cost. Go innovate. We will create a lot of innovation with this. People will look at it, whereas right now they would laugh at it. So that's what we're trying to do. We don't know where it'll end up. We just know there will be some that are very successful. Now, the other thing I want to tell people is, if you look at energy consumption in Kirkwood, if you look at the amount of energy in those propane tanks, twice as much energy goes into propane heating that goes into all of electricity. So there is a huge amount of energy consumption built into propane, and 40% hasn't been built out yet. So if we want to capture that, we really have to provide electricity at our actual costs. There are questions about phase-in, which we've already covered. Okay, does the proposed rate structure discourage residential rooftop solar? You heard Severin's view on that. Here's the question. Here's another way to ask that question, which is, if you can put power on your home and use it yourself, go for it. So the stuff that's behind the meter, meaning the energy you generate and consume at the same time, that's up to you. And if that's what you want to do and you can do it, go for it. But the place where we draw the line is where you're producing energy that you're not using and then needing energy that you don't have. Does that impact the other customers? That's the question. At the proposal we have here, which is our avoided cost is what you gotta do, it has no financial impact on any of the other customers. Now, we are completely different than rooftop solar in the PG&E territory or any other territory, because there are significant benefits to the non-solar customers by having local generation. We're at the very end of a power line. That power line does power one way. We cannot send power back down. We do not have any capacity limitations on any individual neighborhoods. There isn't any benefit to the non-solar customers of the solar customer having it. So what this proposal does, there's certainly less money in solar, but it says that if it makes sense for you, do it. But the district is financially neutral. And there may be disagreement on whether there's benefits to other customers. I don't think this is a clear-cut case, but that's my view. Should we study this for a longer period of time? We could spend another year looking at that. That's another year delay of sending the market signal. We have the other thing that Eric and I did, and we spent a lot of time on, we did a comparison of 7 years back versus 3 years back. There wasn't much difference. Last year, you could call it an aberration, but let me point out that 2019, 2020, we only did 6.3 million kilowatt hours. The year before, we did 7 million. There was a lot less usage there. The variability just from season to season in snow years is 20%. The variability from COVID was less than that. So yes, there's difference every year, but the biggest difference is weather, and whether new owners have different patterns than old owners. Is it equitable for full-time residents? We did a lot of analysis to make sure that they ended up about the same. Their power consumption is quite predictable. Does the electric system have capacity to handle success? Our main issue is peak demand. It's not total usage. We have the ability to go, but currently our peak demand, our ability when connected to the grid, which is almost every day, we've had very little downtime in winter, is 8 megawatts. We currently have a peak of about 3.5 megawatts. I'm going to look to Brandy to shake her head yes or no as I get this wrong. So yes, we could double peak usage while connected to the grid with no impact. What would happen if we were on generators? First of all, it's rare that that happens. But if it did happen, our peak is somewhere 3.8 to 4. We would be forced to do curtailment, meaning we would instruct large consumers to shut down. That might be that a lift has to stop operating. It might be that a charging station would have to stop operating. As planning for this, as we see capacity happen, we would solve that problem either by putting in storage, so we'd have more peak capacity, or we would upgrade one or more generators from 1 to 2 megawatts. But we have the capacity to handle the growth up to 8. To get beyond 8, we would use storage, because we can put we can take 8 megawatts all evening long, stick it in the storage. So that's how we would get there. It's expensive, but that's how we would solve the problem. Those were the highlighted questions that I'm responding to.
Bob, I have a question on the on usage year to year. I know our usage as a community has fluctuated, as you say. Would you say, from all your study, that if we did a 4-year average, a 5-year average, even a 7-year average versus a 3-year average, so we diluted the impact or the effect or the weighting of the past year, that would be approximately the same? Is that what you're saying?
I want Eric to chime in, Eric Christensen to chime in on this as well. Eric, I think that's what we observed.
Yes, you're correct. And we also did a 5-year, if you recall, Bob. We did a 7, a 5. We went all the way back to basically the MU acquisition. So 7, 5, and then settled on the 3. There was very, very little difference.
I mean, by customer, what I mean is by customer, you didn't see much difference by by customer?
It's by aggregate. The reason we went back to 3 is because if there's a home ownership change,
Oh, yeah, all right.
that's where you see a change. If it's all based on how many days you use the facility. If you're a full-time resident, no, there really isn't much change. The major change we've seen in 9 years is the resort did a bunch of energy efficiency and reduced their usage.
Yeah.
And then obviously we had the harmonics issues, things of that sort. But we didn't see a lot of variation. Well, that's why originally we proposed 7 years, but that doesn't work well if there is a specific person who uses their home very much differently because of a change in ownership.
Okay.
Or else, I mean, any change of pattern is not reflected. Yeah.
So Bob and Eric, I have something maybe you could clarify is about how the EDU is calculated based on usage. And you suggested, I think Bertrand suggested just a single base rate for all users. I think Bob, you just talked about high density, low density, single family, maybe adding extreme low usage. I think what I recall is if you went to that sort of scheme, the change in people's annual cost would be much more dramatic than what your proposal is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
But with Bob's addition of the extreme low usage, that might change.
Because I really like the simplicity of that, but I think we do have a barrier that we'd have to address, which is not too much of a dramatic, try to reduce the dramatic changes from the old scheme to the new scheme.
Well, and that's why it could be phased in over pick your number of years.
Mm-hmm.
But that would say the highest EDU is 1.4
for residential.
For residential, the commercial customers commercial customers wouldn't be treated this way. It would be usage based and fixed. But their pattern is over a 3-year period, or you could do it longer. We don't have any turnover there. The pattern is fairly predictable.
Yep.
Obviously, if we had 3 strong snow years that started in middle of October, they wouldn't make any snow.
Right.
Right. And if we have 2 bad years and then a COVID like we've had, but because our goal is to have the fixed EDU cover our fixed costs, our fixed costs drop with time. We don't need more money from there. As there are new units put in, or they put in a new chairlift, we can all vote for whether we want to see Martin Point get up there or replace Chair 4. That is all growth that will lower the base rates for everybody. We don't need to plan on growth in the base rate. We can plan on decline. One of the points I want to make is that our debt drops by about $2.5 million a year. So we're on a steady rate of reducing the debt, of dropping the costs, that those non-cash expenses all give us capital that we can use to either improve the operations or in a few places draw down debt. That's not a decision we need to make now. So the commercial customers, I think, are it's all equitable and it all works. We have this weird thing with the residential that none of us are excited about. Bertrand's correct. We try to invent workarounds to it. But if we just keep changing it for 3 years, our message is delay. That's what I'm concerned about. So if we started with where we are and over a period of time, we move to 4 categories, some people would see an increase. Some people would see a decrease. Because if we look at resident,
Bob, yeah. I just ran the number, or I just resorted the number. So there are 130 residential customers that are over 1.4 EDUs, with the highest being 7.3.
Right.
So that's, 130 customers out of, however many residential,
640. 640. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So,
636 residential customers.
So
So it would be actually extremely advantageous for the people currently at 7 EDU. The concern would be, on the other hand, the people which have very little consumption, they would see a huge increase in their bill at 1.4 for a cabin, for example.
Right. So of those people that are, I can give you that number too. So of the 0.5 EDUs, there are.
But those might stay the same, the 0.5s.
Possibly, yeah. So there are 176 of those. So about equal on either end. So,
Yep.
you know, you have about 20% on either end and 60% in the middle.
Okay, Bob, does that finish your comments for now?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so what's most important to me? The most important thing to me is that we, like John said, are responsible with our finances, that we cover our fixed costs reliably, that we meet our debt obligations. And the second most important thing to me is that we negatively impact as few people as possible. And we can't completely avoid that, but I was an early proponent of at least asking the question, why can't we just figure out capacity and do a capacity charge based on size of meter or size of panel or size of transformer? And the answer to that is it would really change some people's costs. I mean, it would, it just would not be a good outcome. So on the fixed cost thing, I will say, and this may get fixed when we talk about the property tax issue and amortization. I would not mind seeing a somewhat more margin in our cost. I mean, so the question is the risk of setting our base rate at some level less than equal to our fixed costs worth the potential benefit of generating more cash through a higher usage rate when we exceed 6.8 million megawatt hours per year? And I would be willing to take some risk. I'm not sure how much risk, but I would be willing to take some risk, particularly since we think the lower rate will generate more electric usage. And then we can take some of that margin. I mean, for a while, I mean, until we get to 6.8 consistently, that all has to go to cover fixed costs. But after that, it becomes additional money we could use in other ways. So I'm just saying that I'm open to some, but I think that may kind of play into the whole property tax conversation. On the so I don't know any way around the issue that Bertrand and others have brought up about the 3-year average. I mean, I was going to suggest maybe use a 4-year average, maybe use a 5-year average to squeeze out the effect of the past year, but I'm not sure that makes a difference is what I'm hearing. It doesn't just doesn't make that much difference.
Well, Mike, I mean, this is one of the things that's just not intuitive, is using usage to generate those factors. Yeah. And on the other hand, I think what Bob's found and Eric is that it's the most accurate. You need some proxy to generate that base rate, and it's the most accurate proxy compared to square footage or property tax bill or the capacity. So it's not intuitive, but it seems like it's the most accurate. Is that right, Bob?
Yeah. It creates the least impact per individual customer. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So,
but you just don't want to have it be usage based going forward. You want to phase that out. So either it's fixed and then adjusted for new accounts or changeover, or we migrate to a fixed value based on the property type, which is a good proxy for what Bertrand was suggesting, because our analysis shows that there really are four categories of things, and not all single family homes are the same at 1.4. There's a fair number that are at 1, but it does get to transparency and equitable, but it's also different for more people.
So I have a thought on that because that was my next point. This also gets to the new construction.
Can I add just a
No,
tiny- okay.
I'd really like my chance to speak. So my suggestion, it's an idea. It's not a proposal. It's an idea because I would like to have everybody's thoughts on this if you have any. I was actually thinking about 5 categories. It would be the 3 residential that we already have. It would be commercial buildings like restaurants, office space, whether it's the PUD, whether it's the resort, whatever, restaurants and so on. And it would be other facilities. That'd be snowmaking, lifts, the wastewater treatment plant. So at least those 5 categories. And I don't know where EV standalone EV chargers sit in that model. They could be a 6th category. I don't know. But my thought is, this is just a thought, it's an idea. And the idea is that we have an average EDU for each one of those. We already have it for 3 of them. And we treat everything equally from a formula perspective. And that is that we have a limited range of possible number of EDUs from 1/2 of the average up to 2 times the average. So for the high density, it'd be 0.4 to 1.6. For low density, it would be about 0.5 to 2.2. To single family duplex, it'd be 0.7 to 2.8. And then do the same equation with commercial and so on. That way, we don't have to do re-engineer. We don't have to have engineers for new construction. We don't have to have engineers estimates or anything. It's just if you do all electric, you're probably going to, and you're a single family home, you'll probably hit 2.8. If you have heat pumps, you've got a good chance of being right around that, depending on the size of your home and how you build the house. And it reduces somewhat, not a lot probably, but it reduces somewhat the variability between neighbors. At least there's just a range. At least there's a range. Now, what I don't know about this idea is I don't know the impact on base rate, the dollars per EDU, and so on. So I don't know what the impact would be, and that would take a calculation. But it's an idea that I thought I should throw out. I do have a question about electric vehicle chargers, and we probably don't have to answer this now. Maybe the planning committee answers this over time. But if there's a set of freestanding chargers, will they be assigned a base rate just like everything else? And if so, whatever, if we're doing 25 cents or even 14.7 cents, the actual cost that's going to be charged is going to be significantly more than that, because they're going to be charged some allocation associated with the base rate. I don't know what that would be, but it's going to be a lot more than just 25 cents, because that's just covering the use rate. Let's see. And finally, I am empathetic. I don't know that I have an answer, but I'm empathetic with the idea that there are some people who may drastically change their behavior in use of a home permanently, not just for a year or temporarily, but permanently. And I don't know if it's worthwhile having someone be able to apply for a change because they are leaving their home. I mean, someone who might be living here full time and all of a sudden can't, but now they're stuck with a full-time, an EDU associated with full-time residency. I mean, is there anything we can do about that? That's a question I have. I would like to be able to do something about that if there's a reasonable way to do it. So in summary, I wouldn't mind having some more margin if the board, if my colleagues here think that that's a wise thing to do. I don't know what that exactly should be, but I think that may get actually absorbed into the whole property tax question. I've always thought we should have a cap of some sort. And particularly if it's a range, we have a minimum, why not have a maximum? And that's what would solve the issue with all electric homes. And it would help narrow the differences between neighbors. And I would be interested in knowing if there's a solution to people drastically reducing their use and not being saddled with a significant base rate as a result, even if they're not using the house much. So those are my comments, but does anybody have a thought on those? I mean, is it worthwhile exploring that category and cap idea, or is that just too complicated and not likely to pan out?
I'd like to add to what you just said, one thing, which is, there's also the case that someone has built a huge home, but only is working to cannot come a lot. And so you have a low EDU with our current system, and suddenly he moved full time. So it goes both ways again. It's not only big change going low, it's big change going high. So that's basically the concern I would ask. The other thing I think we have not talked at all about in this whole discussion, at least today, is the fact that property owners do benefit also from the grid connection through their property values. And we should look at having an assessment through the parcel that would actually address a minimum contribution to the electrification.
Well, maybe it's now 10:30. We have a whole agenda yet left on this. Bob and Eric, may I ask you a question? What is the risk economically to us of continuing this item to our July meeting, coming to a conclusion effective in August? Bob or Eric, can you answer that for me?
Well, I think that's a general manager question.
Obviously, we would lose revenue. I mean, it's summer, so offsetting and getting our base rates higher, and even across the board. So it'd be a revenue loss for the district. I don't know what the monthly. Actually, I do. Hold on, I do.
Well, it's a cash impact, Eric, right now.
Yeah.
And say revenue, because when this goes into effect, if we decide to do it, it's going to mean less cash in the winter, and that's compensated by more cash in the summer. So every month that goes by is going to reduce our cash balance.
Right. So, so which model do you want me to look at? I can look at any of them, Eric, to answer your question. Well, the base rate's the same for 0.47, 14 and 13. So it'd be about a $202,000 hit in base rate because it's our low usage month.
But we would, how much of that would we make up though in the use rate?
And then in current, so this is averaged, yeah. So the base rate at least is a consistent thing. The usage varies from month to month. So, our current monthly usage averaged over 12 months is 385, but we don't see that in the summer. Kelly, do you know what we see in terms of usage rate in a summer month in terms of
You mean what revenue we bring in?
revenue for usage? Yeah.
In the summertime? Not off the top of my head. I can look real quick though.
Yeah, if you would do that, that'd be
sure.
So
Yeah, I just
pretty minor.
I mean, I don't. I mean, it sounds like there's a consensus among the board for at least one of the options. So I don't know what punting does, honestly.
Well, there's some
So the best
ideas have been put forward, And my question is do we have time today and to get through the rest of the agenda to discuss those ideas? I mean, are we willing to be here until 2 o'clock this afternoon?
There is another time critical answer we need is how we're going to deal with the property taxes to know what we can present to potential lenders for the $7.5 million worth of debt we're trying to take for the wastewater treatment plant project. And so there is I mean, right now we're selecting our placement agent and they need to take a package to those lenders. So we need to be able to give a solid answer on how we're going to deal with that.
And just the average revenues, like July, it's anywhere between 280 and 300, is our average usage revenue for the summertime months.
So that means, Eric, to answer your question, then it would be, see, 202 minus 8, so it'd be about $102,000 loss. Not insignificant.
So the best date to do a switch is July 1st. There's no question about that.
Right, and
The best date, yes.
Yeah.
And we could decide at the July meeting because the rates go effective then, but the billing doesn't happen till July 31st.
Well, let me just ask. So there have been some ideas here. Let's just see where we have consensus, I think, on the 1 cent, whatever we do here, right? So do we have any consensus on when properties change hands that property, the new owner only uses the previous owner's EDU for 1 year, and then it becomes whatever they've used, and that continues to average out over 3 years?
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Okay, so we have consensus on that. For the base rate, this is the most difficult one, but we've talked about it. We've looked at alternatives, and I guess it all depends on what's most important to a person. What's most important to me is that we impact people as little as possible. So, and that it be fixed. So how many of us, just do a straw here, are going to say fine to the 3-month average as it's been calculated?
You said 3-month, 3 year?
Excuse me, 3-year average as has been calculated.
As the starting point or the finishing point?
Well, it becomes
There's
fixed, just like we've talked about.
Like
Right?
it is in the study.
Like it is in the study.
Yeah, I cannot subscribe to that.
And what would you propose instead?
As like you, actually, I think capacity would be the way to solve this base fee conundrum, but it would take time, so we cannot do that. Maybe in the future we can do that. So
okay, and how would you?
That would mean we'd have a transition period until we can get there, and I would revise. If it's every year, you think it's too much? I mean, no. I'd like to have some revision until so we solve the inequity. So the problem is people are not statistics. So yes, in statistics we look at it, we have a decent distribution curve, but there are some people that are going to be hurt and some others. The problem with the current system, with comparing with current what's happening, is it's actually not very fair either now the way it is. So I don't think that should be our model. So as I said, if we have a transition period for the base fee, if it's 3 years is too long, it's 2 years maybe, or 1 year. Even 1 year would help if we can revise in a year.
So we use this for now and then study the capacity idea. Is that what you're suggesting?
That would be my preference, yes.
Okay.
You could make this a 3-year rate study instead of a 5-year. That would give time for what Bertrand's saying. So you
Okay.
just do the rates for 3 years.
Well, yeah, actually, when we talk about the commercial, actually, it'd be good to use 5 years because in that specific case, it would include the 2016 year, which was a high snow year. So it's a better palette of snow season than what we are doing now on 3 years. So I would prefer 5 years, actually.
Okay, but
I think you're talking about two different things. I think Eric was suggesting that the rate study would be effective for the next 3 years. And Bertrand just suggested that we look back
So I'm
5
sorry.
years.
Yeah. No. I want shorter. I want shorter, indeed. Yeah, I think there was confusion here.
okay, so we would do as said in the rate study, but we would make clear this is a 3-year.
I would do 2 years, actually. I don't see why we need to wait so long to have our capacity plan ready.
Eric?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you polling us individually or are we just
Yes,
responding to this
yeah,
question?
no, I'm polling you individually.
Okay.
So I know that Bertrand could support it if there's a limitation in time. John supports it. You, Bob, how about you?
I think if we're not definitive, we're just teasing people. So if we're saying, here it is, and we're going to change it in the next 2 years, and we can't tell you what it's going to be, please hold off any of your decisions until we decide. So I think what we're doing is we're saying we're addressing our cash risk, and for everything else, we're just pretending. To me, that seems kind of pointless.
Okay. And Peter, you had expressed reservations on.
I'm a little concerned about moving too quickly. I would prefer a more moderate approach that's phased in. So if something crazy happens with regards to the climate or the economy in general, we have the ability to lower rates. That's why I like the 25-cent kilowatt thing, because it's a lot easier to lower the rate in the future than it is to raise it in terms of acceptance by the public. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the way I feel.
No, I understand.
Well, I think it also might address the property tax issue and the desire to put some more margin in, right?
Yeah.
I don't see how that does anything. We budget at cost. This isn't a business where we try to earn extra money. We can't spend it.
Well, I just wanted to get the property tax addressed, the allocation addressed. So
okay,
either base rate or usage or.
Right.
Okay.
I just don't want to see a shortfall and then we have to go back and tell the public we're raising the usage rate.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't mind some margin. I don't know how much. I don't know that it has to be 24
maybe
cents.
20 cents maybe.
But some margin.
Yeah.
Just to for that reason.
Well, to Bob's point, currently all the options assume same level. There is no margin, basically. We are based on what the past was and our need for meeting our obligation. If we want to add margin into it, then it should be added to every of 3 options.
There is a margin of 5% in all of them. Based on
yes, I'm sorry. Okay, that's what we are required.
But this is, I think, to what John was alluding, was this here, and the board will need to address this issue.
Well, here's what my thought was I really don't want to cover this property tax issue by increasing the base rate. Because I don't want people, particularly at the low end, who are at 0.2, 0.3 currently usage, and now they're getting increased to 0.5, which is almost doubling. And now it's going to be more. So what I was saying it doesn't really provide margin, but it is increasing the use rate, sort of as suggested at the last line there, or the last
Right,
two
yeah,
lines.
this isn't a margin issue here. What
No, I know
this
it's not
does is every kilowatt generates 2 cents more. Right?
Yes, I know that it's not a margin
Okay.
issue. It is, what it does though, is it increases the use rate, at least to address some of the people's thoughts. It doesn't provide the margin that has also been suggested would be good. But I really don't want to increase the base rate beyond what we've already advertised, the 127. I think if we've got to cover some or some of this property tax, the way I would support doing it is by increasing the use rate, not the
Yeah,
not
right.
the
And
base rate.
on this chart, we have, if we wanted to cover everything with very low probability of needing any property tax, then we would add 540,000 in additional revenue. So I propose two suggestions. One is get halfway there. So it'd be half property, 270K of property tax, 270K of increased revenue, or 2/3, 1/3, which is the line above what was just highlighted, which is 300K and I'm sorry. Yeah, 300K in property tax, 275. Yeah, and 150K in usage. Either
Well,
of those would leave us, in a reasonably good shape.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that I won't support increasing the base rate to cover this. So that's what I meant, was some of our fixed cost then will be in the use rate.
I think you could make the argument that the people that are paying the bare minimum base rate aren't paying their fair share of the reliability that we've provided by encumbering the district with this huge loan.
You're absolutely right, Peter. I mean, that is absolutely right. But I'm also,
It's difficult either way. I mean, I know.
it is difficult. This is just a pure judgment thing. There's no magic wand here. We have to make a choice between the two. And I think that
well, especially since we can't charge a standby fee, by raising the minimum base rate, we're kind of accomplishing the same two things, aren't we? That a standby chart, for people who aren't
yeah,
are at
sort
the
of.
very bottom.
Yeah,
You're correct.
Sort of. I think
And
that's fine.
then they're given the choice of if they're using their residence that little, don't they really want to sell and go somewhere else? I mean, realistically.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Okay, but I would still, I would much prefer to keep the base rate at 127 and do the next to the last line. That would be my, and that,
Okay.
but add 1 cent because of
Okay.
the renewable.
The base rate of 127 is the base rate for a usage fee of 13.7 or 14.7 cents.
Correct.
So let me ask a question here. So if we want the extra cents for 100% renewable, that would be, we would move from 14.7 to 22.7.
Yes.
At the 270
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, at the 270 plan. Yes, for the last line.
Yeah, you
Or
got
to,
that.
or to
So-
16.9 for the next to the last line.
This definitively build margin in the system, actually. So if we do that, then we relieve the need for the tax allocation. So that is putting margin into the rate.
And it has the added benefit of helping with our wastewater treatment plant financing by freeing up the property tax. So that's the other aspect of this.
Okay, so let's go board. What's your preference on this chart? Which line on the right-hand column would you recommend? John?
I probably like the comfort of having more coverage in the base rate because it protects us more in a poor snow year or a low usage year.
Bob?
So that which line do you have in mind? The penultimate one? Okay.
Yeah, the higher base rate, building it into the base rate more than building it into the.
So the middle ground, yeah.
But are you, the first question is whether we want to add 150 or 270 or some other number. I just picked those because they're 1/3 and 1/2.
I would like to add the minimum necessary to obtain decent financing for the wastewater treatment plant. And I don't know what, so if that's the 150, if you think that puts us in good shape, that's what I would recommend.
I think the answer to that question, if you'll bear with me while I scroll to see, okay. So this is what we've done in terms of property tax allocations over the last year. Right now, we've committed in our rate study for wastewater north of 300,000. So almost, let's just say 400,000. So in our annual, what we get in total is about 800,000. So at least about 400,000 left for all the other things that property tax is used for, which includes, fire at 150,000, parks at 25,000, employee housing is usually around 50,000. So that's where those other offsets are. So, and then water has a commitment too of about, I think 100,000 if I remember right.
Okay, so what do people favor? John favors raising the base rate to which one?
I want to make sure in a bad snow year we cover what we can cover without exceeding what we have in property tax. I'm really not sure exactly where that falls in this chart or what Eric just walked through. It seems like if we had a year with 600,000, over 600,000 of property tax being assigned to electric, we need to be able to cover a year like that. Right.
So you would
and the financing is going to be tough. I mean, we've got a lot of debt in the district already, and going and getting another $7.5 million is we need to put our best foot forward and be able to back it up with our performance over time.
Bob, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm hoping Kelly could comment on the comfort level at 150 additional versus 270 additional. And if she can't, then that's okay too. But
Bob, I can let me unmute her. But I can tell you that generally, on average, we're allocating about $650,000, including the rate study commitments. We're allocating 650 of the 850, which means we have 200,000 left over. If our average that we use is around 450,000, that means a 250 shortfall. So 270 would be the number that would backfill that.
But that, just so everybody knows, part of this whole property tax issue is the fact that we have increased amortization that is included in the RUS Form 7 calculation for our tier ratios. As we've said in previous board meetings, if we had to meet our tier ratios last year when we were forgiven, we would have had to have put, like Eric said, over $600,000 into property tax revenue. And that is basically with our current rate structure, with our current depreciation and amortization and all of those things that are included in calculating our tier ratio, that would be the standard would be around $600,000. So personally, I leaning towards, or I would hope that we would want to cover more. I would say the 270K, I would feel way more comfortable with that than the 150.
Okay. So John is at line number 3, line number 4.
Yes.
Where are you, Bob?
Probably the same.
Peter?
I'd probably go with the 270.
And would you increase use or base rate?
I'd prefer to increase the usage.
Bertrand?
I am like Peter, 270K for the reason that both Kelly and John has outlined. And I also would prefer to use the usage.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the bottom, the use.
I'd be willing to go for the usage if I could get a little comfort around what happens in a low usage year. Do we still have would we still have the problem then with a property tax allocation?
Well, think of it as a 20% shortfall. So if you look at usage, well, this was at 13.7 cents. So give me 1 second. I'll pull out my trusty 12C calculator from college.
Reverse infix.
Yeah, I'm using my 48GX app on my phone, so I'm with you. Hewlett Packard's the best, just saying.
Used to be the best.
How dare you?
So we're talking about revenue of 1.47 million from usage. And so a 20% shortfall, which is kind of the worst case that we have seen historically, then that would bring it down. Oh, yeah, so that would be a $280,000 addition in the worst case scenario. And the way I would see if we got short is the places that we couldn't put property tax would borrow the money to cover it.
And I just want to point out that one of the things that people have consistently said is that with this lower rate, and even at 22.7 and counting the renewable, that's a much lower rate, that people are going to increase their electric usage.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that hasn't been factored into this,
Absolutely.
this part of the discussion. So I don't know if that's going to happen. None of us knows. The prediction has been that it will at least increase use some. So I'm willing to take that risk. The other thing I'm willing to do is to look hard at the wastewater treatment plant project, which we'll do when we go to the budget. And we'll discuss that later. But
okay, well, I love the quality of this conversation. So what we're talking about is a base rate of 127 and maybe 22 cents, just to make it even.
Yeah.
Because this isn't precise as a usage rate. Then my question is the message that your base rate is going to get messed with? So stand by, because your EDUs could be unknown as we go forward, or are we going to move toward something? Because I think starting out with it based on your current usage minimizes the changes for most people. And then if we move toward 4 categories, let's say over 10 years, then everything is predictable. And we looked at trying to do it based on capacity. The problem is some people had installed capacity that's far beyond anything they can use. So we're not going to end up so 2 things I'd like to say. One is, I think the commercial customers are fine with what we've already done. they have a predictability over 3 years. The fixed rate is covered on a monthly basis. It's $223,000 compared to residential, which is 87,000. So if the residential fluctuates a little bit, it's not a big deal. I think the commercial is absolutely fine the way we've set it up. I think the residential is problematic because not everybody's last 3 years, particularly new owners and new construction. So we're constantly going to need to tinker with it. If we move to 4 categories, let's say over 10 years, people will know exactly what to expect. We'll have the 4 categories, and everything will be predictable. And some people will see a rise over 10 years, and some people will see a significant drop.
I'll just like to say that I believe there are 5 homes under consideration right now, new homes. I've heard that some others are considering putting in solar panels. I think we owe them some certainty so they can make their decisions now, wise decisions now, rather than basing it on, well, not being able to base it on certainty.
I'm sensitive to the argument.
Yep.
What about the new construction issue? Is what was discussed at finance, and what Bob described was if it's all electric, treat the heating system as though it's propane, and that would be a subject to an engineering study. And I think Bob recognizes that there's a simplicity issue there. I had suggested a cap, which would solve that, but the cap would have to be, I mean, you can't just treat new houses differently from everything else. So is this a proposal that people want to move with?
Is it, Eric? It's if we go to a fixed EDU per category, the problem self-corrects. They would start out at the EDU based on their category.
Yeah.
It would creep up and then it would stabilize.
So please describe that again, because I'm not quite catching that. Is that the thing that happens over 10 years?
Whether it's 10 years, 5 years, I don't know the answer. Let's just say 5. That we have an EDU for each of the 4 categories. We saw what they are.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, you're going to start out with the EDU based on your average for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And over 5 years, we're going to move 20% at a time to the fixed EDU.
Okay.
So
And
the end point is defined.
And do we know what the impact of that is on what the base rate will need to be and how many EDUs we'll end up with?
We end up with about the same EDUs. Right, Eric?
I would think so.
It was actually really close, Bob. It was
yeah.
In terms of residential. Hold on, let me go to it.
Yeah, while you're looking for it, the reason why we end up with the same revenue is because everything is based on an average consumption of 230.
Right.
So we're just normalizing around that by category as opposed to by individual.
So to answer the question, it would go we go down to 673 EDUs if we just set everyone at the average based on their usage versus 689. So it's a difference of, I think, 17 EDUs. So that would be, I don't know what it adds to.
Yeah.
It would add to the base rate. I think I calced it in my head fast last night. I think it would probably add like, $2 or something to make up those 16 EDUs that are gone.
So the base rate, other than that possible small change, wouldn't change?
Right. There'd be some adjustment to it, but it'd be very small.
And so some people would go up significantly and others would go down significantly.
Right. I think what I say before, I think 130 would go down or maybe not significantly, it's not the right word, but 130 would go down because some are at 1.5, for example, for a single family home, and they're going to go to 1.4. Some are, there's that one outlier that is much higher, at 7.1, they would go down dramatically. And then it was, I think, 160 something, 163 would go up on the point, well, unless we did the low fourth category, then that wouldn't matter.
Do we know what the average on the low fourth category is?
I would
Here, I mean, I'll just tell you what my concern is. My concern is, and maybe there are not many of these people, but we had a letter from at least one, if not a couple of people, and I'm empathetic with it. This is my concern. My concern is not the owner of a large house that hardly ever uses it and just has a refrigerator running or something. That's not my concern. My concern is the person who bought some time ago, or the family bought some time ago, a small condominium unit because they could afford it. And they have done everything they can to not use electricity because they know it's expensive. And in our calculations of average use, they might, an EDU, they might be, without a minimum, they might be at 0.2 or 0.3. And now if they're going up to 0.5 is kind of hard enough. Now we're saying they might go up to what, 0.6 or 0.7. I mean, I don't know what the extremely low is. That's my concern. And I know it's only probably a handful of people. I know that. If there's some way we could protect those people to some extent. Now, Peter's right. Are they paying their fair share? I don't know how to say that. All I know is not everybody can afford it.
Well, Eric, we would leave it at 0.5. That's the idea. Is we're saying 6,350 is the minimum contribution to debt service.
Oh, I thought you said that they would move to their average.
There before. Well,
and
we'd start out the way it's published, and we would move to four categories. One is the low usage, and then there's 3 based on your property type.
Okay, so the low usage would be a 0.5?
0.5. Right?
Okay.
And
well,
you could make that specific. You could do a different low usage category for each of the 3 as a subset. That'd be your other alternative too. If you think there is a difference between.
Yeah, and I don't.
Your example is the studio apartment owner, as I used to be.
Yeah.
My stuff's going up. My property, my rates are going to go up on any of these scenarios because I'm very frugal. But you could set it differently based on that as well, or you could just set it at 0.5. Just make these 4 categories.
No, I think the 0.5 is painful for a few, but I think we've talked about it. If that works that way, then I would be fine with that. Board members, is that a consensus on that one?
Well, you want to do 5 years or 10 years?
Yeah, so I'd like to have more precision here. So 5 years, I think that plenty. This is what we've done originally. We are trying to revise rate every 5 years. Yep. That should give us enough stability for people to make decisions. One concern, so I'm a bit confused. So are we going now with what we are proposing is to use the 4 category instead of the past 3 years? Is that what you are saying? I'm confused.
I'm proposing that we start with where we are based on your average usage for the last 3 years, as written, but over a 5-year period, we would migrate to a fixed rate based on these 4 categories.
Okay, and so that would be so that's a bit. I'm still not clear on what it is.
So it's like so a single family homeowner who has a 2.0, for example, would over 5 years migrate down to 1.4.
Right.
A single family homeowner that's got a 1.0 would migrate up to 1.4.
Okay,
right.
So the one concern I have would be for solar customer, because clearly someone who has solar would not be a 1.4 for a cabin. It is not currently, and so they'll be penalized here.
For the 7 years, they're at they're starting out at their net.
yes. No, what I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about once we have the system established. So let's forget about the ROI period. So currently solar home in net usage would not be at 1.4 EDU.
That's not correct. I actually have the numbers up if you'd like to hear for the 9 customers.
Yes. Okay.
One is going to 0.5, one is going to 0.6, one is going to 0.9, one is going to 2.9, one is going to 0.9, one is going to 3.7, one is going to 1.8, and 2 are going to 1.9.
Okay, so there is a diversity, but clearly it depends on the capacity people have installed. So some people are basically using most of their generated energy, and some people are clearly not producing enough to cover their need. But so I still think that forcing the people who've made the investment to cover their need to a 1.4 would be detrimental to their investment.
Well, I can, I haven't given this idea a lot of thought, but to be honest, I'd be comfortable with a longer period of time and make it a very slow transition. Bob, was that your first thought, 10 years?
That was Severin's suggestion.
Severin's suggestion.
My proposal is if we could agree on everything else, then we would do some modeling for the next board meeting or a special board meeting, starting at what's in the rate study and over 10 years migrating to 4 fixed charges. It's totally transparent. People have time to react. It eliminates all these other complications that we'd have to manage. And some people would see an increase.
Over time.
No one would start over time, but no one would start out with a major disruption except for the very low usage customers who are starting out, have a 0.5 EDU. They're seeing the change from $14 a month to $64.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I think that at least 3 of us are in agreement on the 127 and 22. And I'm just wondering, can we make that a consensus or not?
So was I I thought Peter and I were saying, put it in the base rate, the higher base rate.
No, I was.
You were, okay. So
I was for increasing the usage rate.
okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's getting confusing.
Yeah, who's on first?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is this a consensus or is this just a 3-2 thing?
I think if there's a way to cover the property tax allocation, I'd go along with the 22 cent, 127.
Okay.
I think everybody probably means the 23 cents because this was at 13. So 14.
Well, Bob just said round it to 22 is what he said.
Oh, okay. That
There's
was
nothing.
100% renewable then.
Yeah, so 23.
Yeah, it would. It's just we wouldn't end up at 270. We'd end up at 260.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing magical about exactly 50%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we're not going to be exact in our usage, like avoided cost, this isn't like gasoline where it always ends in 0.9. We might as well round it to 22. Eric, I guess the answer to your question is I could live with 22 cents as a starting point, but you're never going to hear the end of me looking for ways to get it down over time to the avoided cost rate.
That'd be great. Like Peter said, it's easier to drop these things than right increase them.
Well, Peter is the most experienced board member we have, so
That's right.
I tend to think he knows what he's talking about.
Okay, and we've got a consensus, I think.
on
I
this
think we've
one,
got-
we have to think that there'll be potentially another cents added to it for the renewable.
Well, I think
No,
the
it 22 would include the renewable. We would raise
okay.
260,000 or whatever.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and I think we're in consensus of the change that rather than a new owner averaging in over 3 years, they just use the previous owners for the first year, then they use their own, and then that averages ultimately over 3 years. Right?
That's right.
Okay, and then the third point is that this idea of 4 categories and the idea of migrating over time would be modeled, and then there will be it'll be a topic at our July board meeting, and public will be able to comment, and we can discuss it. Is that right?
Yes, unless you're going to consider a special board meeting in 2 weeks. For just this
Yeah, I know
topic.
that Eric's going to be gone for a while, so the question is whether or not that would be possible with Kelly and Brandy and others pitching in.
Well, if I don't have to spend my time on snow removal, I can certainly invest the time.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to help as well if it's not a violation of the Brown Act, but I just, but that's the reality. So,
Eric, what's your?
Yeah,
I don't know what your schedule is.
Sure. So, couple things. If this is the board consensus, it can just be done now, and then we'll just have it modeled for Kelly, and then we'll be good to go for the July, getting the budget adopted in July. There's nothing that we can't implement this.
well,
now.
except Eric, look, this is a new idea.
Technical side. So
yeah, this is a new idea. This is a new idea. I haven't absorbed it. I don't quite understand what the impact to people will be. And certainly people haven't had the opportunity to comment, particularly those that might be more impacted over time. So I just think that it's important to model it and have a chance to discuss it. And the only question is do we have a special meeting? Maybe we could have a special meeting over the 4th of July, like we used to do, or whether it's a regular meeting. And it's a question of whether or not there's sufficient staff to work on it with Bob or whomever.
It's mostly me that's working on this. So,
so the answer is we don't have time to do it.
Honestly, I mean, I think Bob, it doesn't seem very difficult to me because we're still talking about using the average that we already derived, correct?
I think Kelly, Brandy, and I, if we all have a little bit of time, we could put it together. I would like you to look at it, but we could get most of it done. I just don't know what your schedule is.
Yeah,
actually don't know.
Because I'm still unclear. It is to use the current average current EDUs we've assigned based on the rate study, and then transition over some period of time, 10 years, whatever, to the 4 categories.
Right.
So if someone's in the low use category 0.5, they'll never transition. They'll stay at 0.5.
Yes, unless their usage changes.
So then we're adjusting the base rate every year based on usage again.
No, it's just the low usage category. You can leave that category.
Okay.
If you leave it, you jump into one of the other categories.
I hear you. Okay.
So
that's not much. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's.
Well, I see several comments on the chat that people would like the opportunity to comment on this thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, but commenting now based without information.
Yeah.
So
we're just all. I mean, I don't know what to say. So I would like it. I like the idea.
Change anything, Eric. I mean, honestly, it's really not. It's the same base rate that we start with. It's just you just add in what does a transition period look like. It doesn't really change anything that's in the current rate study. So we could just bring. I mean,
I'm just suggesting that we have a meeting to look at what it actually looks like before making a final decision.
But I'm just working through in my mind how much work effort there is, because that was the original question, and then everybody
Yeah.
keeps getting back into policy. But if it's just what I think it is, I mean, yeah, I can do this, a couple hours from my vacation as we need to go. And we could have it ready by I don't know, I guess the 26th, which was what we originally had planned.
Well, you're not going to be back by then, are you?
Oh yeah, I'll be back. I already changed my vacation because we were supposed to have that meeting. So yeah.
No, I'm happy to have a special meeting on the 26th.
I'm fine with that too.
Okay, so that's that. So the remainder, are there any other topics then that needs to be discussed? See if we've got consensus before we give direction.
So on that previous topic of the 4 category and that need to be modeled, I really think not only for current solar, but for future solar, that need to be factored in. So I don't know what the answer to that, because this is a brand new topic here. But I think we already, by switching by a much lower rate, we are making it more difficult, but we should not compound the problem by ignoring that some people are going to have a capacity of generation similar to their need versus some others that do not.
Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be discussed on this before we summarize? And I'll ask Eric if he needs a motion.
I don't think so. I think Bob and I can model what was discussed over the next couple.
But we're basically set on the methodology, except for this possible change. We're set on the base rate. We're set on the use rate.
For the model, yes. Yes, we'll run a model with these new things.
Okay.
And yep.
Okay. Then I think that's it, isn't it? Am I missing anything?
No, we'll just bring it back on the 26th.
Okay. Okay, then I'd like to move on from this item. This is an excellent discussion by everybody. And I hope we've addressed a number of the concerns that people have expressed. I know we haven't addressed 100% because there's some just balancing act that we have to do. But I hope we've addressed a number of the items at least. Board members, it's now almost 11:30. I am, Eric, are there some agenda items that we can continue to the next regular meeting? I'm looking at items C, D, E, and G.
To answer your question, I think, well, I mean, we could skip finances, quite frankly.
There were no questions in the finance committee meeting on,
okay,
or, comments or anything. So I'm very comfortable. I was going to suggest it actually. So
I think there's one item we really should talk about in budget, and Bertrand alluded to it already, but I don't want to go. I think we can skip budget then, because Kelly's going to have to do a complete rework again. So I think we could just talk about the one capital project Bertrand brought up. We do need to, I mean, 380, it'll take us 2 seconds, Eric.
Okay.
We do need to do D because there's a lot of stuff happening in the valley. So we do need to do D.
Oh, okay. Got it.
We can skip E. We have to do F, and we should do G, and we must do H. And I think I's should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, no, I wanted to keep those.
So yeah, I say we just, I mean, my recommendation, it's the board's pleasure, but my recommendation is we just go to B for Bertrand's comment and possible action, and then the rest after that, finish all of, except for E.
Except for E. Okay, let's.
You need to close the public, close the hearing.
Okay, I would like to.
Raise hand.
Public comment was closed. That's
okay.
Yeah.
There will be another opportunity on June 26th for comment. Okay, so then I'd like to close the public hearing. Do I need a motion on that,
You
Eric?
do.
Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Dornbrook so moved.
Is there a second to that?
I second, Bob.
Okay, I would just like to make clear though, before we go through this, that there will be public comment when we meet on the 26th, as we always do on all agenda items, right?
Correct.
Yep.
So just as a clarification, so we started with a 13.7, 14.7, and 25 options, and now we are just going to study 22 cents options. That's what is happening.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's correct.
And 127 base rate.
Yes.
yes.
So the only issue that's new is how does the base rate EDU calculation change over time? And we'll model it to a similar thing that you suggested, which is capacity, but we're using 3 home types and a special category as the capacity.
Yeah, I think solar need to be looked at as well in general.
Okay. So there's
Right,
been a
so-
motion. There's been a motion and a second. Peter, roll call.
Rickert,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
So we are now going to move on to item. We are moving to item 10B, which is a fiscal year 2021-22 budget.
Bertrand, this is just the one thing you and I talked about in planning.
Yep.
So if you just want to start with it.
Yeah, so we at planning committee, we were discussing on how can the PUD make easy to have more EV charging in the valley. And one thing obviously involved is going to be cost. And one thing we are lacking today at the district is a clear inventory of our capacities at the various transformers. And it is a substantial work to actually tackle that. So Eric suggested that we would need basically to hire an electrical engineer to be able to have such a survey made, and that would require addition to a capital expenditure, and that's would allow for that. It actually information that could be used to track loss, that could be used for potentially doing the base rate as well. So it seems like the right thing to do for the district to have. So this is a request that the planning committee is forwarding to the board.
And again, this is to evaluate the capacity of each transformer.
Yeah, one of the benefit immediate for that would be we would know which site are going to cost much less to deploy EV charging stations, because they are locations that are going to be costly because of the capacity in that specific area, while others have low, let's call it low hanging fruits, would not need actually equipment or infrastructure investment.
I see. I'm curious to know what Brandy thinks about the operational advantages of having this information.
Hold on.
If Brandy's still there.
She's still
here with us.
Hi, sorry. I think it would be very good to have this information, not only for EV charging, but for general system knowledge of where we have the most capacity and where we're going to have to make future upgrades based on additional use through electrification.
Okay. And how much is the estimate then?
We don't know. I mean, it's not going to be cheap. I would guess probably around 50,000.
Okay.
Well,
And
I'm glad Bertrand brought it up. I strongly think it's an important thing to do because where things actually hang, it'd be good to know that answer. And also, Brandy, there's portions that we don't really have on the maps yet, so probably we'd be able to get an accurate layout. So I appreciate Bertrand bringing this up.
okay, so the proposal is to add that to the capital plan under electric.
Yeah, and then we'll add 2/200ths of a cent to cover it in the amortization.
I had one thing to talk about in the budget. So when we'll be approving the budget then in July or on?
So what happens on the 26th?
On the 26th, okay. My only comment on the budget really is I know that Eric has asked our engineer for this, but I really think we need to understand how the wastewater treatment plant project migrated from about 3.5 million up to 7 whatever it is million. And I know some of the answer to that, but I certainly don't know all the answer to that. And I think that could have, I mean, obviously affects how much we borrow, and maybe it's something that we need to understand, and I don't understand it at all. It's a big chunk of money, and I don't understand it. So I don't know. Is Stantec you told me at one time Stantec was working on that?
Yes, I asked them to work on it. I haven't seen a response from them yet. I'll follow up.
Okay. Okay, is that all the comment on the budget at this point? Is there anyone in the public that wants to speak on the budget?
I was going to hold other comments for next meeting because we.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. That's fine. But at this point,
Reed has his hand up.
Reed.
Well, let's see. My hand has been up a long time, and it has to go with the EDUs wanting to migrate to the same, within 4 categories. But then I think you close that off as a topic. But I just want to say that I can't think of anything more unfair to have the owners of small homes, say within KMA, have the same EDUs as very large homes. And it's just such a radical departure from anything that's been proposed. And, I mean, how this comes at the very end is, it's been a lot of hard work to get to where everyone got, seemed to have some kind of consensus, and then to throw in that at the end is just unconscionable in my opinion.
Well, Reed, we don't know whether it's going to be adopted. That's what the whole point of the modeling is. I have no idea if it will be adopted. I have no idea if it's a matter of small home, big home, days of use. There may be plenty of small homes that are at 1.6. They'll migrate down to 1.4. And then I guess that wouldn't be so unconscionable, would it? You don't know. I don't know. We have to see the data and model it. And then we'll have opportunity to discuss it. It'll be the main topic of conversation on the 26th. So once we have the modeling and we actually see it, there's this misperception that somehow the long-time, full-time homeowners in smaller homes are somehow being screwed by all this rate stuff, and it's just not true. It's just not true.
Well, I think
we're on budget now, I think.
Yeah. So anyway, we will talk about that on the 26th.
Yeah, I think what you came to is a good.
Okay.
On the 26th, we'll talk about that. Any other comments on the budget? If not, we will.
So then we're on to investment. This was the quick. Really quick. We have to do this every year. The board set the policy on that.
Right.
Finance committee concurs with staff's recommendation on that, which is to just continue with LAIF.
Okay. So any comments? If not, is there a motion?
Again, the finance committee strongly recommends this. We think there's no better alternative. So I'd like to move that we adopt the investment report.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Schroeder will second.
Peter, roll call.
Rickert,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 10D, which is a schedule of fees and miscellaneous fees.
So this is our annual review of our fees. A lot of stuff going on in the valley, so we just need to make sure these are updated. We've had significant material costs and other things that have come up. So it's a lot of red on there, but these are all material cost changes. None of the connection fees will be updated yet because we don't know the CPI that we use. The CPI is not out that we use to adjust them manually. So the highlighted ones will be adjusted once we have that data. But as you can see, they've all changed, especially the meter pits have gone up dramatically, our costs, which we're seeing across all of our utilities, all of our departments. So that's what these reflect. So I'll stop there. Any questions on these fees or comments?
So I just want to verify, so all these just reflect the actual cost changes for these particular kinds of equipment?
Correct. These are our material costs. Correct.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. And some things have changed over time. Like we don't do 5/8 inch meters anymore because of everybody has to be sprinklered now under the new building code. So a 5/8 inch meter can't deliver what's needed, for example. So we don't even install those anymore as a matter of course.
You have to go with a 3/4 or?
Yes. 3/4 is the bare minimum. And that depends on, the size of the home. And sometimes that's not even enough.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no, 3/4 is our bare minimum these days. I did delete the time and materials because it's redundant on this section here. So there's really no change on this, except we do this as a matter of course, just wasn't in here, which is when the deposit gets low, they need to replenish it. And then Rick does fire service plan reviews and inspections periodically. So that's the cost for those, the fees for those. And then this is where the labor's time and materials, which was on the previous page. It's now here. And then when our equipment is used, what do we charge for it? Caltrans has a equipment rental rate that they use, and they update it annually. It's statewide industry standard, and that's what we use to charge for our equipment. This just memorializes again the practice that we've had. So, and Finance Committee recommends adoption.
I have a question on the fire service inspection fee. So that was something we used to do for free?
No, it used to get sucked into plan reviews and inspections, and it's a separate department. And so we pulled it out of here. It used to be against the in here, but now it's here by itself because sometimes these happen without plan reviews. So there was no way to do that.
So in the past, homeowners could basically ask the fire to come and check for fire hazard to the property. Would that be this kind of inspection? No.
No. This has to do with new construction, fire sprinklers, things like that.
Okay.
Rick, did you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, just plan review, and we typically will pass that through to hired consultants when we do it as well. But this is a good baseline for general inspections.
Yeah, I was hoping that we would not change that because it's a help that we can provide the community to make our community fire safe. So, yeah.
And we defer all our defensible space inspections to CAL FIRE.
CAL FIRE.
There is no cost to the district.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments on this? So what we need now is a motion to approve the KMPUD, where are we?
Miscellaneous fees.
Approve the schedule of fees and miscellaneous fees. Is there a motion to approve this?
Dornbrook, so moved.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Rickert seconds it. Roll call.
Rickert,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, and we're going to skip the performance reporting for now, aquifer levels.
Yeah.
It's in our packet. So let's go on to item F, KMPUD 2020 power source disclosures.
Let me get Brandy here.
Okay, so this is an annual requirement that the board review, approve, and recommend distribution of our power source disclosure and power content label. Included in your packet are these documents. For our CEC power source disclosure program, we have two sources of power to disclose. One is purchase off the grid, which was 97.9% last year, and that is classified as unspecified power. And the other is 2.1% of power generated at the powerhouse, which is classified as other. The new thing that we see this year is at the bottom of our power source disclosure, we see the percentage of retail sales covered by retired unbundled RECs. And those are the renewable energy credits we buy to make our renewable portfolio standard requirement. You'll see that for 2020, we offset 117% of our 2020 sales. That is because we are at the end of a compliance period that ran for 4 years, and we retired the bulk of that whole 4-year period in 2020. I would be happy to answer any questions, but that is this is a requirement that we do every year. We don't have any flexibility on the format or the content of the label. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thanks, Brandy. Any questions from audience or the board?
So I think I understood the meeting, when was it? This week, that now the REC purchase would be showing up in that form. Is that correct?
Eric, you should go to the next page and show the actual form. If you could.
Voilà.
There we go.
Okay.
That very last line is
Yes.
Is the RECs, and we're only required to meet our standards each compliance period. So depending on where we are in the compliance period will depend on what that percentage says. But the reason this shows up as 117% is because we retired a lot this year.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? And including from the audience, anything?
See any hands up?
No hands up? Okay, then I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the KMPUD 2020 power source disclosures.
This is Bob. I move we adopt these.
I second.
Bertrand seconds. Roll call.
Rickert,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, let's move on to the 2021 chipping program.
Okay, I'll be covering this one. So this was actually an agenda item for the board last October, and I expressed then, again, the history of our chipping program, but also some of the challenges we faced last year. More importantly, our chipping equipment, the chipper itself is starting to show its age and is failing. And to complete the activity last year, we actually had to go out and rent a chipper. The other challenge last year was we had a lot of homeowners, of course, sheltering in Kirkwood, and there was extreme amount of work or volume of work that was out there that we had to take care of. So the board asked that we go through finance and come up with some other options for this year. And so I presented to the finance committee essentially 3 different options. One, to hire a contractor to do the work. It's been a challenge to get a contractor to commit at this time because it's obviously going to be a busy season for everybody. Hopefully not too busy for us at Kirkwood with fires, but there was some concern about getting someone to commit, and tentatively the commitment price was $1,000 a day, and we estimate the work would take 5 to 7 days to do it if we continue the program like we did last year. Another option was to not do anything at all and to communicate to the community that they could hire individual contractors to provide chipping services if needed. And then the consensus from finances was we can offer to provide 2 green waste containers during the summer. The containers cost anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 per tip, but basically encourage homeowners, if they'd like to remove some of the debris off their property, that they could bring the debris to the solid waste transfer station on Loop Road and dispose of green waste into the green container, which would be taken to a certified facility. And then an additional advantage with doing that is it could offset some of our required waste diversion needs for the solid waste through ACES. So unless there's any questions, again, the Finance Committee ended up with a recommendation for the board to basically hire ACES to provide at least 2 green waste containers. These are large 40-yard containers for the program this year, and also work with the HOAs to see if they would like to provide additional containers for the HOAs in the HOA areas, but work with them and ACES to try to, again, provide something for the community. And with that, I open up to any questions.
I'd like to first ask the audience if there's any, the public, if there's any questions.
Ann Fleur had a question.
Shh, girls. Yeah, I have just a question about the green waste dumpsters. Is that something that would be picked up and emptied on a weekly basis or monthly basis, or what is proposed for that?
It depends on what the volume is. The green waste container, again, would live at the transfer station, and I honestly don't know how long it would take to fill that container with chippable items. So we'd have to monitor it and figure that out, essentially.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have some questions. What kind of shape is the chipper actually in? Can't repair it?
We could spend some time and some money to repair it. I mean, we replaced several belts last year, but now the teeth need to be completely, basically replaced. And so that's a complete tear down, build up. Probably, I don't have an estimate for you, Peter, how much it would cost, but it would take some money and some time to resurrect the machine. It'd probably be cheaper to rent a machine at this point, if we could find one.
Well, I'm just thinking going forward. I mean, the community donated money for that chipper, didn't it? Did they not?
They did.
They made an investment in that, and I would think if we could maintain it in-house, our in-house mechanic should be able to. It's not that complicated, is it?
It's at the end of its useful life, Peter. It's more expensive to repair it than replace it.
Okay.
If I can just add, the Finance Committee looked at this, and our recommendation was to include chipping as part of the solid waste study, and it included in that. And then if we were going to actually budget, right now chipping is not really budgeted properly, that we would look at that. And so in the future, we maybe would have a better plan to just get through this summer. The suggestion was to provide 2 green waste and try to get the HOAs or Pyramid Peak or others to help customers move it from their property into the green waste. It's just to get through this year and try to get something better in the future.
Well, because this is kind of a critical year in terms of fire. I mean, I think we want to be encouraging people to clean their yards right now.
Yeah, we do.
That's right.
So at least the disposal is handled, but how you get it into the disposal, we're hoping the HOAs will pitch in.
Well, I would recommend, instead of putting those dumpsters down at the transfer station, you put one on the in the East Meadows and one in KMA, because if you put it down by the transfer station, it's going to get poached with objects that aren't green unless you
Yeah,
really police it.
Peter, you read our minds.
Okay. Okay.
The only problem with doing that is we don't have video cameras at those other locations, so we can see poaching and find people that inappropriately use it if we put it.
Right.
Well,
Well,
And we don't,
I don't know. It just
and we
seems
may
like
not
it-
have the property rights, so we'd need to get
We have
approval.
to get permission, yeah.
Well, in beyond the property rights, it's just aesthetics. Like who's going to want the dumpster in their area, right?
Well, in the old days, that's where the dumpsters were. That
Yeah, but-
shows how old I am. But
Yeah,
Ray has a question from KMA.
Go ahead.
You have to unmute yourself. No, you can.
it's the button on the lower right, not the lower left.
The host has to unmute me.
You're unmuted.
Voilà.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. No, I was getting the host has to unmute me message. So I agree with just that last statement that, and as much as maybe the homeowners in KMA and East Meadows might want to have it nearby, we don't have a means to monitor them. And I think if you think they're going to be poached over at the ACES area transfer station, they're really going to be poached in the homeowners. So I don't particularly want to take on that responsibility at KMA, even if some of my homeowners would like it.
I think for the purpose of the board meeting, we're just recommending that we have 2 green dumpsters and do the best we can in where it goes, and leave that up to staff to try to figure out.
Well, okay. Thank you, Ray. Are there other comments from the audience?
I don't see.
How about board members?
So is Pyramid Peak going to charge each HOA to transfer green waste? How is that going to work, and what would that cost?
The suggestion was to let the HOAs can do whatever they want, and the property managers could do whatever they want. We just would communicate to them and try to assist them as we could.
So you don't have any idea what that would cost?
We're not sure if they'd even want to do it.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know, it's just an idea that came up in finance as a possible way
Okay.
for homeowners to move items.
Okay.
What I'm wondering is, back before we had the chipper, we got a chipper for 1 week, right, from the county? Is that right, Rick?
Yeah, through grant funds, they were able to come up 1 weekend a year, usually in September, October, to provide chipping services. That morphed into the district chipping once a week to once a month, and it really changed the program quite a bit, and all the costs being absorbed through G&A.
Well, my concern is that if it's going to take not only getting the material off the land, but also finding somehow to get it transported over to the dumpsters, that not much is going to be done. And I don't know, maybe the HOAs would step up and hire Pyramid Peak or whoever. I don't know. But it seems like the district has always been able to provide some labor for this. And I'm just wondering if we couldn't say, okay, we'll go back to saying this really has to be limited to a 1 week period in September or October, or September, whenever the proper month is, like we used to do. And the district will pick up the stuff and take it to the green dumpsters.
We do that, I suggest we do it early enough before the high of the fire season.
Yeah, well, you got to give people the time to clear their land. So, I mean, is it really, we don't have the staff to do that? We don't have the equipment, we don't have a truck to do that? I mean,
You do it with a loader and a bucket.
We have equipment. we don't have the staff. If you want a playground built, if you want the normal infrastructure work that we always do every summer done, then
Well, what was done last year, I mean,
yeah,
is
and we
wonderful.
offset a lot of summer projects or operational projects to complete the task. Again, for this year,
Can we hire a temp?
That's what I was.
sorry?
Can we
We had-
hire a temp?
Like Vale, hiring
Yeah.
staff is a challenge in Kirkwood. So the chances of us hiring staff to come and complete the work, and or me to ask my volunteer firefighters if they'd like additional work, it's going to be unproductive.
Well, I think we could try.
I just think that if we control the transferring of the debris, we'll be able to control the quality of the removal in the dumpster, so it still qualifies as
Greens.
right. Exactly. I think we need to be involved in that on some level. Otherwise, who knows what those dumpsters are going to get filled with.
Yeah, I thought last year we had one of our seasonal snow operators come on, 6 weeks early or something like that. And that's when the chipper broke. But that's what one of the tasks that person was going to do. Didn't we do that?
Correct. We brought in staff from the snow removal department to take care of it for us.
Early. We brought one
Right.
person in early. Well, I would tell you, I would much, if we want the land cleared, I think that's what's going to be necessary. I'm not at all confident that anybody will do much. Somebody has a pickup truck, they might do it. You know, I mean, I think getting the dumpsters, if that's the question at hand, I think getting the dumpsters is a good idea. How the stuff has to be transported has to be worked out. And I'm not convinced that the district can't have a temp of some sort to do it. But, you know, we could also ask the HOAs if they're willing to get their property managers to do it. But I'm skeptical.
And can we look at hiring a contractor?
Yeah, that was one of the options that's listed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that it seems expensive and going to be difficult this year. Well, I would like to move that we approve the what is it, 1 container or 2 containers?
2 containers.
2 containers to be placed, and how the program will work needs to be worked out. But I agree it should be at the transfer station, actually. But anyway, the motion is get the green waste containers, but we need to work out the operations.
I second.
Okay, Richter,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, let's move on to item H, board election.
So we just need to pass the resolution for our upcoming election again. And so the board just needs to pass the resolution just crafted, which is, again, we do this every time an election comes up.
Right. Okay.
I move so.
Okay, you move Bertrand moves approval of the resolution number
Yep.
21-09. Is there a second?
I
Second.
second.
Seconds.
Everybody
Okay.
second.
We all seconded.
Yeah.
Choose a second. Peter, you
Give
want
that
to
one
vote
to
for us?
John.
You
Okay,
wanna vote for us?
Rickard,
Do you want to vote for us, Peter? No, aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye. And when is the filing deadline?
Typically it's
candidates.
August.
Yeah, it's some, yeah, I think normally it's around August, I think.
That's something we should probably post fairly soon.
Yeah, Jess is on top of it. So-
Okay.
It's probably ASAP, effectively. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to snow removal, item I.
This is just, I've watched the minutes over and over again, so just did a summary of that, what it is. So the budget is going to be $680,000 inclusive of the $100 private driveway administrative fee for the KMA driveways, which is about which will be $3,700, assuming the same existing 37 customers that we've had for the last 3 years continue. KMPUD expenses shall be set at 3%, 1.9% for Lava Rock CSB, and 1.1% for the utility department's use of snow removal equipment. The cover letter at the HOA will be developed by staff and refined by communications committee, which will provide a narrative of the changes, include a graphic of the revenue versus costs, and provide pricing for timely contract execution and payments and pricing for late contract execution and payments. For this upcoming fiscal year, KMA will have to determine the amount of their total contract, which will be assigned to driveway customers. This will be deducted from their contract. We'll add $100 to each of these amounts for the administration, and the district will provide information on KMA private driveways to KMA. And then after this coming fiscal year, we will only offer contracts to HOAs as a whole with no private driveway contracts. So the only thing the board has still had to decide on was what averages to use for a couple anomalies that Bertrand pointed out. So should we use a tier average for certain HOAs where either the contract removal area or the landmark change? So I went back and looked at the contract removal area changes. Snowcrest changed in 2017-18, so we recommend using the 3-year average. There's been no change in the last 3 years in terms of their area. The towers changed twice, once outside the 3-year and once inside the 3-year, so we recommend using the 2-year average on that. Sun Meadows 1 landmark and 2 both increased, so we recommend using the 2-year average, and Sun Meadows 3-4 decreased, so we recommend using the 2-year average, and Unit 3 increased, so again we recommend using the 2-year average. To see, this is the budget, by the way, so the 3,700 is included in this, but since it drops off the following year, Eric, you'll see that there's no 3,700, so the price drops by 3,700 since there'll be no private driveway contracts administered. And I did, I forget who brought it up. I think it was Bertrand, I did calculate I went back and looked at the quarterly apportionment rates, basically the interest we earned in our LAIF account, and applied that to the loan. There's 2 loans that were made to snow removal, so applied it over the respective quarters. And so this now reflects the total owed, I estimated, for the subsequent quarters that don't exist yet at 1%. Obviously, these numbers will be refined as we get closer, but this does estimate principal and interest that snow removal needs to pay back to electric. So that was updated as well. So that was changed.
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
So actually looking at this number, I would love to pay this thing in 2 years instead of 3 years. We are basically keeping either half of the 50 or of the 100 and 2,985, because it's pretty small, in 2 years instead of keep carrying that for 12K on the 3rd year.
If we did that, snow removal would be upside down.
Okay, so you have a cash flow issue. Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
But I did comply with the terms of when they had to be paid back.
Okay.
There was a limit in there, so that we do comply with that. So
that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mm-hmm. And so this is what we asked for. This is total time. It's in seconds. I apologize, but that's how I get the data. That's how I share it. So there's the total time for everyone, the percentage of total times. So what policy percentage is what I just discussed, which is the 3% hard coding, and then the adjustments to the 2 years that staff recommends that I just discussed. And so basically everything uses a 3-year average except for the ones in this column, which are brought over here. And then that difference is distributed proportionately among the remaining. And this is what the totals would be if we adopt these two-year changes.
So one comment I'd like to make for everyone is that this pricing includes the driveways of each HOAs. That's different from the past.
This includes all driveways, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Eric, is that what you had to present, Eric?
That is, I'm done. Okay. Staff recommends that we adopt these adjusted policy percentages and the allocation.
Okay. Before board comment, I would like to know if there's any comment from the audience, from the public.
There is from Ray.
Okay, Ray.
Yes, good morning again, or afternoon maybe by this time. Yep. So the 3,700 that's being allotted for administering the contracts, is that in your budget in the staff time, the postage time, or what?
That's staff time.
Send out 37 contracts and collect on those is a $3,700 premium.
It's about 2 hours of staff time per contract, and there's 37, and we charge out at $50 an hour, so 3,700.
Was that your question, Ray, or was your question?
That was my one question. And then the second question is, since we didn't know about this $3,700 previously, if we were able to do the individual contracts this year, which is, I still have to ask the attorney again, if we could possibly do that, is that still an option or no?
Yes. KMA could have the full contract at 198,700 and
that's East Meadow. Kirkwood is 228.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
KMA.
Thank you. Yep. Sorry. I just looked for the big number and grabbed the first one.
That's the biggest one. The biggest one.
$228,200. That would be, if you wanted to just do an HOA contract like everyone else is doing, that would be the price.
Actually, I believe some people on the board would be happy with that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what the board's doing next year. So, or 2 fiscal years from now, or sorry, a fiscal year from now.
And directly as the president, I haven't received direct communication from the KMPUD board, which is what we asked for the current contracts, because I think that's how we'd have to present it to our members, that there be no, at least for this first year, no change in their contracts. I know Bertrand has sent it as he's a member of your board, but to me, that's an indirect communication. And if we'd had that sooner, we may have been able to make a change sooner.
Yeah, if the board had made a decision sooner, we would have been able to get this out to you, but that's why it's on the agenda.
Well, that was we had a specific, Ray, we had specific requests from some KMA members to do it this way, so that's what we did. And that's the reason. That's the reason for it. And then
so I think what Ray is asking is that the general manager communicate directly with her, so instead of having to rely on me to get information, which sounds reasonable to me. Because I had to provide all the information to KMA, and I think it should have come from staff, JMF. That makes sense? Okay,
got it.
Yeah, because I think that's the only way we could really, work on it this quickly this year, is to be sure that there's no change in what people are currently being billed.
So. I guess, I mean, what the staff report says is this information on all the contracts will be provided if this whole thing's approved. That's what you need, right, Ray?
The individual contracts, yeah.
Yeah, the individual contracts.
Amount. Mm-hmm.
Right.
We just, I think I've been asking for that since February, and it would have helped with my argument, or not argument, but presentations to particularly our board.
Well, that might be partly my fault because I had understood that you couldn't do it this year. I mean, couldn't take over the
Well,
administration.
the board did not support doing it this year because we didn't have that information. That was my last.
Oh, I thought it was because you couldn't tell, you wouldn't have time to change CCNRs if you had to. I'm sorry. I mean, I misunderstood
That was
that.
still a consideration, but you know, again, our attorney, there is a possible means to have an assessment for services rendered. So we could have made a stronger argument for that with our membership. If, you know, if the board had supported going forward this year.
Okay.
They voted not to support it. So we have to discuss it. And that's why I just wanted to know if there was still an option. So it sounds like there is. So
Yes. Yeah, I think there is. I think there is.
Otherwise, yeah, then we'll do that. And
okay,
figure
so
out for next year.
So the contract information can be forwarded to KMA board. Is that right, Eric and Rick?
Yeah, once the board adopts what we're going to do with snow removal, then I can move on. But I can't preemptively read the mind of the board or take action on my own as a policy.
All right. All right. Okay, comments. Is there any other comments from the audience? Comments from the board members?
Well, I have some actually, but you are going to be happy because I did spend some time peering on this data. You can ask other collaborators on this. And I think this is the fairest assessment we ever had. Bravo.
Good. So my only comment is that the only surprise, but it wasn't a surprise right now. It wasn't a surprise in this packet. It was a surprise a couple months ago that the new methodology, which I think is the correct methodology, resulted in a significant transfer of dollars from contract driveways to the HOAs, all of the HOAs. And looking at the budget, it looks like it's about $20,000. So that was just a surprise, and the average per driveway is something in the plus or minus $700, which is a great price. I mean, it's a great price for driveways. I mean, it's just as a benchmark. 20 years ago in East Meadows, it was $1,000. So 20 years later, to have $700 sounds like a great thing.
Well, actually, for KMA, it's a bit diverse. So our average is 1,300.
And I'm talking about without transit time. So not counting.
That's without transit time, based on last year. Whatever.
Well, I know I'm talking about this year's average. I'm just saying that it's $46,000 divided by whatever, about 61 driveways, depending on how you count duplex driveways. I'm just saying that it's a surprise. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's a surprise. And as long as I know that that in all the curation processes and so on, time was not eliminated from, except for obvious, long time repairs for machines sitting on roads or driveways. Then it certainly, then if the architecture is right, the methodology is right, and if this is what the time was, this is the time was, and that's what it should be.
Eric, I'm confused. The total billing for driveways last year was $81,670.
Right now it's $46,000. If it were billed, it'd be $46,000.
Where do you get that?
It's in the budget. Look at the budget sheet.
I believe that's just KMA only.
Yeah, it's KMA only. So you have to divide by 37. That's 1,300.
Well, in the earlier sheets we saw starting at either March or April, what Eric had, and actually what I've seen, I asked Eric for some information, is that driveways, all the driveways, I mean, not East Meadows, but the other three, comprise something like 6% of the budget of the total. So if they were separated out now, they would be getting 6%. The bucket, the quote unquote bucket, would be 6 or 6.5% or something like that of the total. So I thought, and that's about the 46,000. That's why I thought 46,000 was all of them.
Yeah,
And I wasn't sure why they were pulled out, but that's what I thought.
yeah, okay.
No, it's just KMA driveways. Under the assumption that we'd be billing them, that was an estimate of what we would do.
Wow.
Yeah, if in my first letter 4 years ago, I was actually pointing out the difference in cost of snow removal for driveway versus HOA. So that's why for me, it was never been a surprise. I've been saying that for 4 years.
Well, narrowly, but now you're saying it's not it's actually, there hasn't been a transfer of dollars. Now I'm really confused. Sorry. Now I'm really confused.
No, if you look at how much you were charging driveways, all the driveways, next year is just KMA, but in the past, and the time spent, and actually part of it was because we were missing driveways. So basically the end result, that driveway was charged at a much higher rate than HOA.
I do understand that. I do understand that.
So that's behind us.
And I understand that. Here's the information that I got, and I'm sorry for prolonging this, but it's something that I guess I just need to understand. The information I got was that the driveways, where's that? Well, I don't know. It's now I'm confused, so I'm not going to take more time doing this, but I thought that one reason why HOAs went up, like East Meadows has gone up substantially, for example, I knew that half of that was because there's a transfer from PUD to the HOAs.
I'm not sure what you mean by transfer.
Well, there were PUD dollars last year that totaled whatever it totaled. It was $60,000 or $70,000. So $61,000, and now it's going down to $12,000 appropriately.
So,
but that amount of money, or nearly that amount of money, is now being borne by the HOAs. In other words, the HOA percentages went up, PUD went down, right? That's what I mean. And it's appropriate.
Actually, it's a factor. It is a factor. Yeah.
Yeah.
And knowing that East Meadow and KMA as a third of the whole thing, that you'll see it more on this
right.
HOA.
Correct. And appropriately. I mean, no argument there. No argument there. I had thought that the driveway was similar. You can see from 67,000 down to 47,000 or 46,920. So that's what I thought. I thought that that's what had happened. I mean, I thought the budget, it went from 76.6, which is the budget. The actual is 67, and now it's 46, 46.9.
That's independent, actually, yes.
So I looked at this and said, okay, there's been a similar transfer, alteration, whatever you want to call it, to that helps explain. But anyway, this is all going to have to be in the narrative as to why there's the change that's been even in view of a reduction in the overall budget.
But the key thing is now everyone is treated the same, and that is what we want.
Yeah, no, I know that. Yeah, and I agree with the architecture for sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure that in the curation process that has occurred over the last several years, that time wasn't eliminated from the whole equation. That's why I just wanted to be sure that
No,
driveway time
we
wasn't eliminated.
actually punted on that. We are going to do that through the missed driveway calibration and through the transit time evaluation.
Yeah.
But now we don't need to do any of that, and we
Right.
are out of it.
Okay.
I think Eric's got a good point as far as, I think we asked the communication committee to create the narrative for each HOA so they can see what were the changes that resulted in their contract value for next year, right? So that's being done?
Yes.
Okay.
We are not meeting this month, so it'll be next month.
I don't think we'd be ready to try to do it this month. That's right.
Maybe, yeah.
Of course not.
It's on next month's agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments from the board? If not, I guess I need a motion to approve the snow removal.
I
budget
do
as
so.
presented.
I move to approve the schedule as showing up in the package and put together by the staff. Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
This is Bob. I second it.
Okay, roll call.
Rickert,
Aye.
Epstein,
Aye.
Schroeder,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Dornbrook, aye.
Okay, general managers report.
That's another thing we can skip, Eric.
Okay, can you just real quickly, any wastewater treatment plant project updates, like the field study was done?
Field study was done. They will have the draft because they have a certain waiting period to consult with the various tribes. And so there's a minimum period on that. So they're targeting the week of July 19th to complete that process and submit the NEPA document to USDA.
And then we'll be complete.
We've made all the changes USDA has requested, and that's the last piece of the puzzle.
Okay, so that's on target then, schedule.
Yeah, nothing's changed, and I did get a confirmation that that was still on target.
Okay.
Again, I just didn't understand why it was taking so long, but then they explained to me that there's a X weeks you have to go out for a tribal consult.
Okay. Okay. Nothing else that you want to report?
I think we can get straight to, well, general discussion, because I think Bob has a conflict on the 26th, but I think we can skip everything else in interest of time. I will have to stop recording here soon because Zoom only has so much capacity.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, actually, when I had last time we hit 4 hours and 30 minutes, the recording just stopped and I couldn't get it to start again. So.
Okay.
So let's be quick.
Let's be quick. Okay. Summer. Well, I would summer. Okay. We'll just maybe we'll cover some things on June, whatever date we decide on.
Yeah.
What date? So Bob has a conflict on the 26th. He has suggested instead to go to the 28th, which is a Monday, but I want to be sure that the people from the public would be available then. I don't want to do this at a time when public can't have input. So how many, I'm not looking at the participant list, how much of the public are here still?
There's quite a few actually. Only a few have dropped off.
Okay.
I would recommend doing it during regular business hours. All staff will be here.
Yeah, no, I just want to be sure that the members of the public will be able to
Yeah, because people have work.
To join.
Not many people on this that participated today do actually. Most of them. That's just a fact.
Oh, that's bad. Well,
yeah.
we used to meet at 4 o'clock. I didn't know if that would work.
If we do it like at 3, that'd give us a goodly chunk of time, I think.
Okay, I'm not finished yet asking the public. I would like people in the public I would like to know if anybody who would like to be part of this would not be able to, and if you would raise your hand, just so Eric can tell me how many people might be left out.
Well, we have lost a lot of people actually.
Pamela commented that for her, for this member of the public, weekdays are better because of than weekends, but can do either.
Okay, and I know Ray
Charles
think,
said she would be available, would not be able to participate on a work day.
okay. Anyone else? I know Reed had wanted to speak on this matter. Reed, are you available? Is he still here?
He's not here.
Howard is another one that's participated a lot. Howard, just wave your hand. I'm looking at you. Can you do it or no? Yes, no?
When was that?
Monday.
This Monday?
No, Monday, the 28th of June.
Yes, I could. Yeah.
Okay. And did you say Reed is still on or he's off?
No.
Okay. Hopefully he can join. Okay, I'm sorry that Ray wouldn't be able to join. But I know that I was going to suggest the 3rd, but I know KMA has their meeting on the 3rd of July. So, okay, so.
She just wrote in that if it's after 3, she might be able to join in that day.
Okay.
Well, we'll do it at 3 o'clock then and move from there.
I'll let Jess know.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
I have one question.
Jack also, oh, sorry. Jack also said he can do mid-afternoon. Longinati.
Okay.
Just an operation question. So are the snow stake staying up this year, or they are going to be taken out like previous year?
They're staying up.
They're staying up.
Yes.
So are we concerned about the UV burnout?
No.
Okay.
It'll also make when we do the inventory much easier to see where we are when they do the replacement inventory.
Okay. Was not aware of that.
Yeah, the reason we left them up is because we thought we were going to be running in the red in snow removal, and we cut everyone loose early because there was no snow, and so we had no one to do it.
Oh, so it's a one-shot operation. It's not something you're going to keep doing that in the future?
I think we might keep doing it in the future.
Okay.
I would. It definitely saves on cost, which everyone's sensitive to. And technically, we don't own the plastic stakes; those are owned by the HOA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they purchase them from us every year, so or for replacement. So yeah.
And so we'll see if we have comment from the community.
None so far.
Yeah, I was just.
Anything else under anything else under general discussion?
I just want to say I thought this was an incredibly productive meeting, and I really appreciate all of the participation.
No, I think so too.
Agreed.
And I hope on the 28th, people who want to say on the electric rates on that modeling will have their say. Okay, then I'd like to adjourn this meeting, and we will next meet on Monday, the 28th at 3 p.m.